monitoring part. Now, with this new monitoring, a new standard 2026, monitoring it become more like more stringent. They need like they need a lot of information about the monitoring part. So when you do the monitoring, environment monitoring, say for example, sound, dust, or maybe effluent water, right? What you do is like, you basically like, do the sampling. So let me do some sampling and like, try to understand the complexity. Would like to know about few people, like, maybe like 5, 6 people. Like, are you coming from an industry background? Or like, which industry? What is your job role? Like, is it related to environment or like, are you a university student? So you can use the chat. Chat is open, or you can turn on your mic and then you can explain yourself. And same time, you can like use WhatsApp chat as well. I believe like Procure team is not there today because I think they have some other engagement. But in Procure, like when they organize a training program, they offer a free training, next training. Like the best participant, like whoever contribute, whoever involved with the program, they offer a kind of like free training. So I believe like today Bashini can do the that particular role and identify the best person to identify who's participating best. So all three media is open. Let us get some understanding about yourself. Uh, like are you coming from industry? Which industry? So with our experience and all, like maybe we can when we take the case studies. Maybe we can try to take case studies relevant to that. Like we are not going to discuss any customer information, but of course, we can take some generic information, right? Okay. The floor is yours. We'll take maybe 2, 3 minutes and discuss about it. Can I get few feedback? Where are you? Are you working in industry? Like, or just university student? Can I get the feedback on both, all three media? Yeah. Can I get quick feedback? So this is, yeah. Okay. I'm starting to get the chat feedbacks. Let me see. Uh, Undergraduate environment of forest department needs to share with them. So you are undergraduate, right, from forestry. Okay. So you have like, understanding about uh, the environment management system concept, right? But have you like, participate in an internship program? Okay. So we have somebody from representing tea plantation sector. Can you just elaborate what do you mean by plantation? Like, are you into tea garden or like, you have a garden plus tea factory, both? How is your situation? So can I get few more feedback? So tea plantation and all, like also we have like some concern about usage of pesticide, like, weedicides and all. So
Yes,
those are
we
like,
have we have both. We have 13 guard mark and 11 factories.
so you have a 13 garden marks and 11 factories, right? Okay.
Yeah.
All Orthodox tea or like CTC also there?
Orthodox CTC Rotaving.
All right. Okay. So you have everything, right?
Yes. Yeah.
All right. Great. And you have some certification, right? RA certification is
Yeah,
already there.
definitely. Yes. Yes. We have RA,
You-
Fair Trade,
RA fair trade. Okay. Excellent.
and
So
ISO 9001 to 2015,001.
9,015, 9,115, right?
9,000 2015, 22,000 2018,
Okay.
and
So
50,001 we.
you have about energy, right?
Yeah.
Oh, nice. Right. Excellent. If you don't mind, like if
Try
you
to
can.
obtain 14,001. Just that's why I joined for the program.
All right, it's interesting. So, like you have 50,000. Interesting.
Yeah.
So if you don't mind, what is the factory like?
Voltrim something, Voltrim
All
and
right, okay, we know
Addison.
Walter.
Addison.
Okay, okay. I think I have been to your factory. So 50,000. Okay, that's very interesting, right? So
Thanks.
I didn't know like tea factory has already obtained 50,000 certification. That's nice.
Last year we obtained actually, I think we are under first 15.
Yes, it has to be. It has to be because the challenging part for the 50,000 is not like other ISO standard.
Mm,
You need to show like the improvement, right?
yes,
Like
yes.
every year energy performance improvement has to be there.
Yeah.
Otherwise, your standard will be like certificate will be cancelled. So that's a
Yeah.
challenging part.
Yes, yes.
We
And
are doing a
already
lot
we
of
have we are certified actually greenhouse gas certification also.
GHG also there, right? Okay,
Yeah.
excellent. Okay, interesting. So this will be like, very, very interesting for you as well. Thank you.
Thank
So
you.
let us talk about the energy because I never thought like, 50,000 with tea factory. Yeah, interesting. Because we did first OSHA's project for the tea factory in Sri Lanka. That was the benchmark one. But I never thought
Okay.
50,000.
Right, right, right.
Interesting. Okay, let's talk about the tea sector because there will be a lot of waste, right? Like especially in the because the tea factories are very old and like the machines are very old. So energy consumption and everything is like huge, like issue in the tea factories. But
Yes,
interesting.
yes.
So we will take if you don't mind, we'll take some benchmark case studies with you as well.
Okay, sure.
Right. So we have some people from a degree about environment science, University of Bavnia, right? Okay. From biotechnology degree slit, okay. So we have one person from a plantation, that's industry, and all of us others are from is it from university? Okay. So there's no chat feedback. Okay. So can I like have an assumption based on the sample? Uh, like okay. Business management, Sabragam, okay, eco business management. Okay. So can I say like, maybe 95% of you are from university, and then maybe 5% from industry. Is that all right? Is that good? Is there any other industry people other than the tea? Is there any other business sector? Uh, I think like, as a consultancy firm, we have done almost like, maybe 80, 90, more than 100 ISO 14,000 project. And in Sri Lanka, I think like it's about maybe 100 ISO 50,000 project. That is energy management. And then out of that, maybe 100, like we have contribute almost like 30 to 40, 50 projects. So the entire team, myself, Ranura and Hashan, we having like hands-on experience. So let's start with this. Uh, so okay, so we have a like so I think like my conclusion is that right. So basically like 95% from the university, and then say 5% from industry. So what we do is like when we try to do a case studies, right? For the industry people, you can take a case study from your industry, right? And then for the university people, university members, like you can take case study from the university, like even university, right? Like you are part of the environment, and then you like consume a lot of inputs, and then you take energy, you take food, the papers, like all these things are there, right? And then disposal, waste were there. Like it could be like paper, food, electronic, e-waste, all there, right? So we'll take university as your like the core area, right? So we'll try to implement ISO 14,001 2026 2026, or maybe 14,000 2015, whatever the standard in the industry where you are right currently working on, or maybe we try to implement ISO 14,000 at your university. You can do that, right? So then based on these aspects, we'll try to do the case study, right? And then this will be like, a workshop. You can see we need feedback. So it will be a two-way communication, right? Okay, we got okay. So we have a currently there's a person working at like the gloves manufacturing. So intern in Ansel. Okay, so if you don't mind, like, is it Biagama plant or Sido plant? So this two plant has a different. So in like in Sri Lanka, the rubber gloves manufacturing, there are a few plants. So Ansel is one of them. So we can take some example. So they bring like natural rubber as well as artificial, and then there are different processes, and then they manufacture. So they have two plants in Sri Lanka. There are, I think, 16 plants throughout the worldwide. We are basically working with all of them on their different project, like even GHG calculation and all. Okay. So we have two people with some industry exposure. All right. Okay. Let's start now. So there will be some aims. By the end of this one-day workshop, all learners will have a knowledge and skill required to demonstrate deep understanding of ISO 14000 or 2015 and the changes, amendment, transition between 14 and 2026. So we try to cover both because initially when we planned the program with the Procure team, we were basically focusing on the 2015 version, but then last few weeks the new version has updated and it is published. So we thought, like, include that as well, so you'll have a additional benefit participating for this workshop, right? Then first one, 4.1, I'll be basically covering all the management part, and then Mr. Ranura will be covering basically legal part, and then he will guide you the legal case studies as well. That is very important one. And then the after lunch session, Mr. Hashan will be basically working with you on the final session, like aspect impact evaluation. There will be a lot of case studies up to operational part, right? So let me cover the basic management part. So context is a, like, very important part. This was like published, like previous standard, say 9000 or 2008, they never talk about the context analysis, right? Even 22000, 2005 version, they never talk about the context. So when the standard goes to changes, 2015, 2018 version, they started to bring the top management into the ISO system. So if you have some experience about the previous standard, right? Like top management involvement is very limited because maybe getting a funds, like signing the policy, come for a like opening meeting, closing meeting. So that would be the only top management involvement. But with this new standard, new changes, they started to talk about the strategic direction, and then your external issues, internal issues. So that's where this standard came up. So let me go through this. The organization shall determine external and internal issues. So organization, it can be tea factory, it can be consultancy company like us, it can be like rubber manufacturing factory, it can be a bakery, it can be a, like shoe manufacturing, it can be a university, right? All this organization need to talk about external and internal issues. So there will be external issues, there will be internal issues that are relevant to its purpose and that affects its ability to achieve the intended outcome of environmental management system. Say, for example, now in Sri Lanka, we have a, like, heavy rain situation, right? So there are some positives, some negatives. Say, if we take an example from the university, like if your the classroom rooms are like in a AC condition, now with this weather condition, like its environment is very cool, so you are maybe shut down your ACs. That's good for the environment, right? I'm talking only one aspect, right? And then maybe industry, we have a different issue. Maybe like transportation must be some problem, right? So we need to consider all the external and then maybe a internal issue. So let us go through that, right? These issues, including environmental condition being affected by the organization or capable of affecting the organization, such as pollution level, availability of natural resource, climate change, biodiversity or ecosystem health we need to consider. Say climate change. Now, every year there will be a temperature rising, right? So what are we going to do with that? Say if you, like most of you are coming from university. So maybe during like the month of March to April, May, right? You tend to like, increase the number of fan or number of AC units, or maybe you decrease the temperature of the AC, right? Because like, we are not getting the energy from 100% from hydro, right? So that there will be some like, issues. And then of course, look at the fuel prices. I mean, like we are not worried about the prices, but of course that will impact the organization. And then, like we need to consume more fuels, and then due to power cuts, right? So sometimes due to power cut, organization industries they tend to like store their diesel or whatever the fossil fuel, and then they burn it. So then impact will be totally different, right? So we need to study like in a hierarchical level, we need to study this part, right? So this is one this is what I extract from the standard. So organization must consider. So this is like, you can say there are some special note. This is the changes between ISO 14000 2015 to ISO 14001 2026. So when converted into 26, they said organization must consider how issues such as climate change, biodiversity, resource availability effect by their operation, such as pollution level, availability of natural resource, climate change, biodiversity, or ecosystem health, right? So we need to study this. Say, for example, now we have a friend from a tea factory. So he basically said like, there are 11 factories, gardens and all. So what would be the ecosystem? Like, they already have RA, right? So like, when you set up a tea plantation, what would be the biodiversity impact nearby area? And there are factories, they are situated next to the marshy land, right? So what would be the effect? Or maybe there are some factories, they are situated in a kind of a like, village area, right? So what would be the effect? So all these aspect we need to study, right? Ecosystem health, like, positive and negative, right? So these are the main part. So when you talk about like environment management system, it talk about intended outcome of the environmental management system. So there are two words I need to like, focus on. One is intended outcome, other one is reasonable foreseeable outcome. Because when you see, when you go through the standard, there are some word changing. So what do you mean by intended outcome? What do you mean by intended outcome? Can someone tell me what do you mean by intended outcome? So what is the intended outcome of this particular training program? So intended outcome would be like, you should know about like, your knowledge or level of understanding has to increase about the ISO 14001, 2015 or 2026, right? That is the intended outcome. But there are some reasonable foreseeable outcome. What would be? So we need, I mean, like we know each other after that. And then like, we know, okay, there are people from tea, there are people from rubber manufacturing, there are people from like, consultancy. So maybe like, if you need some information later on, you might connect with them. So there can be like, that kind of a opportunities there. Or maybe like, you create. So that reasonable, foreseeable, right? Not unreasonable, reasonable. You maybe you develop kind of a network. So that can happen, right? So when you like involve with the management system, they say like, intended outcome. What is your intended outcome? And then what would be your reasonable, foreseeable outcome, right? I believe you understand this part. Can someone tell me like, what do you mean by reasonable intended outcome from your management system? Say, for example, if you implement ISO 14000 at university, what would be the intended outcome? So if you implement environmental management system in tea factory, what would be your intended outcome? If you implement ISO 14001 in Ansel, already you have. What is your intended outcome? What is your intended outcome?
Reduce environment impact.
Very straightforward. You reduce environment impact. That's it. So there will be an environmental impact from your factory. Even right now, when we do this training program, there will be an environmental impact. What are the environmental impact? See, all of us are using a power, right? All of us are using power, right? That would be the key. So we have 53 people. So 53, like, power consumption for your mobile, laptop, whatever, is an environmental impact. But the, like, the outcome, the program outcome has to be much more than this impact, right? So imagine, and look at the other way. So if you bring all 54 people into a one place, like wherever you are, right? And then you travel, and then if you conduct this training program, then that impact will be much more, right? So, but I mean, there will be some repercussion. Like, if you do a physical program, the impact may be much more. But what we try to do is, like, try to cut down the environmental impact, as well as same time we try to maintain the quality or impact of the program using the two-way communication, right? So you need to balance it out. Earlier, right, we used to travel a lot. But right now we don't travel, like we try to have online meeting. So same time we cut down a lot of carbon footprint. Right. So these are the kind of a area we call intended outcome. Now, you know what you mean by intended outcome from your environment management system. So that can be varied from a tea factory to a gloves manufacturing factory to university to maybe soap manufacturing factory to, like, it can be varied. Right. But we need to identify what is the intended outcome. So enhance environment performance, fulfillment of compliance obligation, achievement of environment objective, these are minimum outcomes. So one thing, any industry in Sri Lanka, they need to adhere to the Sri Lankan industrial laws, especially environmental laws. You don't need to have ISO 14,000 certificate to adhere to that. Like, whether you like it or not, you have to adhere to all the legal requirements. That's a must. But when somebody certified for ISO 14,000 mean, that particular organization has, somebody is verifying they are fulfill all the legal requirement, related legal requirements. So Mr. Andrew will discuss about it, you need to develop legal registers and all outcome, and legal monitoring has to be there. So that is the key part. Say, for example, when you go for a ISO 14,001, if there's a legal violation, right? Say, for example, a small legal violation, the certification body is not going to issue a certificate. Now, since we have a friend from 50,000, do we have any legal requirement to be covered under 50,000 energy management system? Is there any legal requirement for energy management system in Sri Lanka? Do we have any legal requirement for energy? Energy horen ganna bෑ, but those are like generic. But industry related energy, the energy volume or like consumption, do we have anything? Any energy legal requirement? Franz, what do you think?
Yes, you need to spend 3 units for 1 kg.
Sorry?
Basically, 1 units for, sorry, 3 units for 1 kg.
But that's not legal, right?
No, industry norm.
So that's industrial. But one advantage in Sri Lanka right now, we don't have any energy related legal requirement. Say, for example, if you want to bring down the CFL bulb and all, like, so those are, there are legal requirement. But right now, like energy consumption. So as an industry, you can use, this is the maximum amount of energy you can use. So those requirements are not there right now, right? Not there right now. But if you're using atomic energy, of course, there are some guidelines. Yeah, Taran, you want to ask something?
No, we have already, we comply with EPL.
Okay. That is for the
As a
Central
legal,
Environment
yeah.
Authority.
Yeah. Yes.
So that is the legal requirement from Central Environment Authority. But in Sri Lanka, we don't have anything right now for the legal requirement under energy. But all the other aspect like waste disposal, all the legal requirements are there, right? So if somebody certified for ISO 14,000 mean, you are complying all the legal requirements. So don't get this wrong. right? Don't get this wrong. You don't need to have ISO 14000 requirement to cover all the legal requirement. It's a mandatory. Whether I'm like the ISO 14 or any ISO standards are voluntary standard, right? So whether you like it or not, you have to comply all the legal requirement in Sri Lanka. So, but when it's come to ISO 14000 or whatever the ISO standard, what they do is they will basically check whether you are comply with the legal requirement. So it is a kind of assurance, right? I hope you got my point. Let me move on. Right. Then when it's come to environment management system, the intended outcome of the management systems are there. So going beyond the environment management system, adapting social and environmental principles to support border sustainable initiatives. So you can talk about social and then economic environment. And then I know like there are some organization what they do is they link ISO 14000 with the social responsibility. So, what they do is they basically hire employees from the same area, same village. A lot of hotels, when they achieve this ISO 14000, they combine with that. So they basically train and hire people from the same area. So what are the benefits they are getting in terms of environment? What are the benefits they are getting? You go for ISO 14001 and you hired your staff from the same area. So what are the benefits they are getting in terms of environment management system? What do you think?
Reduce fuel
But
cost, transportation.
of course, that's the key, right? If you understand the organization, their carbon footprint or their fuel usage, right? Sometimes fuel usage is much more for the transportation if you want to bring employee from a different area. Right. So what hotel does is they bring people. And then sometimes as a part of the environment management system, they don't buy a canned product from the overseas market. They buy fruit from the nearby villages. So that's again a social responsibility because people born to the hotel or your factory, you buy product from the nearby neighbors, and same time you cut down your carbon footprint. Imagine if you are getting a pineapple in a canned pineapple, amount of carbon footprint goes into the pineapple, the amount of carbon dioxide emission, because the manufacturing, cultivation, transportation is huge. But if you buy from the nearby polar, it's easy. But only thing you have to make sure the quality because you are catering to the foreign crowd, right? But a lot of people they do that. There are some hotels, resort, they don't have a canned food. That's fantastic. So that is part of their environmental management system. And then a lot of resorts right now, they are not using hotels. They are not using the straws, right? Single-use plastic. They cut down the single-use plastic. So there are a lot of improvements using 14,000 certification. So you can see this is very practical one, right? So when you consider the intended outcome, influenced by external and internal, right? Availability of resource, involvement of employees, and geological location. So you can see, so you can see this picture, right? So there can be parents influence, different influence are there, culture and all, uh, there are some organization, what we do is when we do the environmental management system, we are using this as a kind of a very strong, powerful tool to communicate with the people. Because as a human, we are born with the nature, right? Whether we like it or not, we are part of the nature. So, tree planting program. So we basically hand over tree to everybody. So maybe end of the day, you can calculate the carbon footprint and cut down the carbon footprint as well. There are organizations we know, their factories will say 1 hectare or 2 hectare. So they do a replanting program for 2 hectares, right? Because when you set up a factory, previously it will be it has to be a forest, right? So you do a tree planting program, and then for the tree planting program, they get involvement of the employees. So each and every employee, they have their own tree, either in the particular designated area or in their home garden, right? So this involvement is very important, right? So this is kind of outcome. And then when you do an environmental management system, not like 9,000, not like 14,000 or maybe 45,000, you need to push people, right? Okay, you need to follow this procedure. Food safety. When you come inside, you need to wash your hands, you need to have a cover, apron, and everything. So you basically push people into a kind of a system, right? But environment management system is not like that. If you communicate in a proper way, and then people will run this, right? So this is one thing. And then what we do is like when you go for the audit first time, any organization, we will check the dustbins. So of course, like, when you go to the audit, like, you have a waste segregation. You properly do that, right? You have a color dustbin and all. And then when you open the dustbin, if you see a mixed waste, like, it's supposed to go for a food waste. When you open up, you can see plastic and everything. Like, people don't buy this system. It's not people driven sustainable system. So if you try to implement ISO 14000, you have to make sure like you have to bring everybody into this. So there are some techniques, there are some method, there are some practices. Industry, they use this, right? So this is one area we need to improve, right? So when you talk about the environment management system, to understand which issues are important, the organization can consider about that. So there are key drives and trends, for example, in relation to environmental condition and interested party concern. You can present problem for the environment of the organization, can be leverage and beneficial effect, including innovation leading to improve environment performance, after competitive advantage, including cost reduction, value for customer, improvement of the organization, reputation, and image. Say, there are key drives. Say, for example, if your organization using a lot of energy, if it is energy driven industry, say for example you have a lot of motors, which you have a lot of energy, right? And then maybe there are industries, they use a lot of the water. Say for example, food manufacturing industry. Say for example, if you're having a recycle bottles, the outer cover, everything will be washed. So if you have a washer kind of equipment, so there will be a lot of water going on, right? And then maybe if you're using some industry, fertilizer, or maybe a chemical industry, right? So you need to consider these are like our main problem. So maybe you can consider what are the trends, what are the world trends, or maybe you can develop a small Kaizen environmental improvement program, right, with the help of people, right? And then that will become a kind of a motivation for the people as well, right? So maybe you can do some little bit of innovation, like say for example now, if you have motors, maybe you can consider replacement with the servo motors, but all with the aspect impact evaluation, right? So then you can cut down your energy, right? So if you see this in the figures, right, average monthly temperature. So in Sri Lanka, nowadays is going up, right? And then if you see last few days, you started to get the figures of Sri Lanka saying flood prone areas. So earlier, maybe 5 years, 6 years back, we never come across this kind of a situation. But right now, we are getting climate change impact, whether we like it or not, right? Whether we like it or not, we are started to get a lot of climate change impact, right? So this is one classic example. And then I don't know how many of you have participate for Siripade after the Siripade season, Siripade cleaning workshop. Is there anybody who participate? Maybe you can put reaction. So you can see the chat. The fourth one is react. So have you participated for this Siripade cleaning programs? Is there anyone? So all the university students not have participated with it. Okay, Ranura is there, right? What about others? What about others? So you can raise. So you can put a reaction. No, nobody's there. Seriously, even these undergrads are not going for this cleaning program, beach cleaning program. Are you going for this? Okay, Nirmal is there. What about others? Okay, so Tanya also there, beach cleanup and all like so. Okay. So a lot of people are there. I was got bit shocked when you said you're working in an environmental management system, and if you have not participated this kind of program, so this picture is not a a new thing for you, right? Even when you go to the Siripati and all like this area, you ended up with so many plastic bottles, like PET bottles, right? So in Sri Lanka, there are I think only two places. Earlier, like what they did was they crush it, send it to India, but now one particular place now they are using with the MAs. I believe nobody is there from MAs, right? They are using a value added product, right? Upscaling products are there, so that's fantastic, right? And then in Sri Lanka, according to the Sri Lankan law, we can't use recyclable plastic for the food grade. We'll ask. We have a food person, Thoran. Do you think will you drink a recycle plastic bottle with the water? What do you think? So maybe there are food people. So if you got a water bottle, it says 100% recycled material. What do you think? What do you think? What do you think, team? Shalini, what do you think? So you are an environment people, right? So you are getting a water bottle, and drinkable drinking water bottle. I said the PET is like 100% recycled. So it's used plastic. What do you think? What do you think? Team, what do you think? You don't want to drink that? You don't want to drink that, is it? This is your symbol. Maybe you can put a reaction if you don't want. If you want, you can say yes. I don't mind drinking the water from a recycled plastic bottle. What do you think? Team, what do you think? No feedback? So it's a recycle in Sri Lanka we don't have right now. But imagine if they change the laws and say, okay, you can use a recycled PET bottle. What do you think? I'm not getting feedback. Come on, guys. You don't want, even you don't want to think about it or what? Torrance, what do you think? You are a food person. You already have ISO 22. What do you think? Hmm? No. Okay. You said no. Okay. But in the world, right? Not good for the good. But I don't drink water from recycled water bottle. Okay. But there are countries, right? There are countries, whether you like it or not, they are using recycled water bottles. Yeah. I drink that. So still I'm alive, right? So, right. So there are countries, right? So we don't want, but according to Sri Lanka law, we can't, right? But this is the scenario right now. So if you participate for this kind of a workshop, you see like amount of plastic, right? So then now we are coming to the real picture. So we need to identify external and internal issues, environment condition, events, and which related to organization, activity, product, and service, right? Say for a university, it will be a services, you people will come, there are lectures, they do the lectures, and then there will be a canteen, there will be a lot of transportation, vehicles, and all. And then the classrooms, there you have fans, ACs, projectors, and then you have libraries, and then you do exams, and then there people will be using papers, the computers, laptops, and then when it get old, they they put it into the garbage or send it to a approved garbage collector, and then same time what you do is the exam papers and all, after sometimes they put it into a trash. Right. So these are the activities in university. Or maybe there can be a flood, or maybe if you have a laboratories, they will be using chemicals, glassware breakage, damage, wooden chair damage. So all will be happen in university. If it is a tea factory, there will be lorry. They bring the tea, they unload, and then goes to the the process. So they have a different process. And then like, your black tea will be like, packed, send it to by the lorry to Colombo auction, right? And then they store product. And then if it is a rubber factory, like you bring raw materials, chemicals, there'll be a lot of mixing happen, and then like, dipping, gloves manufacturing, and then like, there will be a lot of water, there will be a lot of wastewater goes through that, and then like, a lot of machine equipment, and then they pack, send the gloves into export country. Say for example, so manufacturing, you have a raw materials bringing like, mixing, and then you have a soap, so like, and then like, pack it, send it to the distributor, and it's come to the market. So different industry has a different perspective. So depend on this industry activity, right? There will be a different environmental impact. And then of course, imagine like, places like the glove manufacturing, if it is a medical gloves, they use gamma radiation, right? Like, the gamma radiation mean like, atomic energy is there, right? So emergency plan has to be very spot on, right? So not like tea factory. So tea factory doesn't have that kind of a risk factors. But if it is a medical gloves manufacturing, of course, gamma radiations are there, right? You need to consider that part as well, right? And then consider this, how these issues can affect the organization purpose and ability. What do you mean by purpose? Mean like, tea factory. Purpose is making orthodox TTC, whatever the tea, right? Purpose of like, the glove manufacturer is like, manufacturing industrial and surgical gloves. Purpose of Halcyon or maybe Procol, providing consultancy and a training program, right? Purpose of like, a soap manufacturer, like, manufacturing of soap. So that's the purpose, right? And then like, these things we need to study, right? So there can be a risk factors, and same time there can be a like, impact. Then this is very important, a life cycle prospect involving consideration of control and influence of the organization has over the stage of production and service of the life cycle, right? Uh, so this approach enables the organization to identify these areas where considering is scope. It can minimize its impact on the environment while adding value to the organization. So what do you mean by life cycle prospect? Do you know what do you mean by life cycle prospect? What is life cycle prospect? What do you think life cycle prospect? What do you mean by life cycle? Say, for example, now, if we take a tea, right? What is their life cycle? Say, for example, I'm running a tea factory. Say, I bring tea, my scope is, I have a tea factory, right? I like, there are suppliers. I don't have tea gardens. There are suppliers, they bring tea. I bring the tea into the factory, like, weathering, like, rolling, whatever, and then manufacture black tea. So that's my outcome. I buy green tea, right? There's a process. I manufacture black tea and then send it to auction, right? That's it. So my control environment is buying tea and manufacturing black tea. That is my control environment. So ISO 14000 2015, you need to consider life cycle, but you don't need to go into a lot of detail for the life cycle prospect. But new 2026 standard, it will go into a lot of detail, is demand a lot of information about the life cycle prospect where you don't have control. Say for example, if you have a, like, if your factory is a board leaf, right, factory, and then you don't have a lot of controls what the other people does, right? Like, you're not going to check 100% whether they are using a chemicals, right? So only like, you send sample maybe once a month or maybe once a year, right? But you can communicate. That's it. That's the influence part. But this new standard said, no, you need to certain amount you need to control. So you need to understand, like, there are cultivation practices, there are transportation practices, whether they are using chemicals. So that part you need to consider life cycle prospect. And then when you send the product into the auction, what will happen next? Whether after that it goes to a blending, tea exportable by the tea, and then it will be do blending. So it's whether it's a blending, manual blending or like mechanical blending, and then tea packing is a manual packing or mechanical packing, and then when they export, which country, like, shipping line. So those aspect you need to study a little bit, right? So we call life cycle aspect. Same with all the industries. So imagine now the university. Say for example, life cycle prospect would be like, you have a gate. So people like student will enter from the gate. So they come like, they eat canteen activity, like their studying areas, library, like lecture halls, laboratory, and then the exam. So and then people will pass out. So that is the control environment. But there will be like, life cycle prospect. How do they people transport? Right? Is it bus, vehicles, or bike, like walking? So what is the transportation mechanism? And then after they are complete their degree, like what will happen? Right? And what happened to this? They have the papers, the material. So you need to consider this life cycle prospect. So it's not easy. So there are separate ISO standard called life cycle analysis, like ISO 1464, I guess, not 40. uh, yeah, 64 life cycle assessment. So that you need to have a tool, software tools you need to do. But we don't need to go into that level, right? We have done some life cycle assessment as well, but that it was very comprehensive study. But we need to have some understanding. Say, for example, if you're getting a grid electricity, so 12% of your electricity will be wasted during transportation, right? So you can't do anything about it, right? So all these aspects we need to consider. Life cycle. So this new standard, you need to consider all this activity. And now let's come to external issues. Say, for example, now flood situation, erosion situation, right? So these things we need to study. So depend on your factory. Say, for example, now tea factories are situated in upcountry and where down south, where there was a environmental risky area, right? Warnings are given. So we need to consider that factors, right? Where your factory is situated, right? And then when you consider the environmental factors, you might consider political. So type of political system available, and then the changes, maybe political interference with the business, their knowledge about the environmental management system. So those things we need to consider. So we are not going to control the political part, but we need to study the negative and a positive. Say, for example, if you work in some other countries, it's easy to compare, political system, they, what is their thinking pattern about the environmental management system, right? Whether they are concerned about the climate change, right? So those part. And then the economy, availability of utilities, fuel, gas, water, infrastructure, transportation, right? Those factors in terms of environmental management system, right? Say, for example, how is your fossil fuel condition? Say, for example, previously, like long time back, the diesel, petrol, whatever we bought to Sri Lanka, your lead content is very high. But right now, we are not bringing a fuel with lead content. So those kind of aspect we need to study. The financial part. See, sometimes you might say, okay, I have a very old machine. The energy consumption is very high. There are sophisticated new machines, but energy consumption is very low, right? But I can't afford because my return of investment ROI is very high, right? And the competition. So you are talking about the external factors, right? Other organization. What is your competitor? They are thinking of environmental management system nowadays. A lot of countries, a lot of people, they were very concerned about this environmental management part, right? Your competition part, and then your supply chain. Are you getting product like my previous example? Are you getting product from your the same village? Are you importing? Right. So you started to talk about supply chain, and especially now we talk about carbon footprint calculation. Sometimes when you do the carbon footprint calculation, your factory carbon footprint is much lower to your transportation carbon footprint, right? Because if you are using the shipping and all like exports, right, your carbon footprint is really high, right? So sometimes, when we started to work on this carbon footprint thing, initially we also got shocked because we thought like something wrong with our calculation. But then actually it's the scenario. The factory carbon footprint is actually low, but your transportation, the shipping, carbon footprint is very, very high, right? And then social, ethnic value, gender issues, bribery, corruption, and all, and then education level, media, uh, like you know, uh, So people, how they think about the environment management system, like, those social impact is very important. Like, sometimes when you go to some other countries and started to work with, people are very concerned about their even their food waste. But sometimes we might not. So if you go to a factory and all, like, so if the food is provided by the organization, and the scenario, you have a buffet system, but then again, and then when you see the waste, you can see huge amount of waste there, the food waste. But I'm like, it's not manageable, right? Like, uh, food is free, and you are supposed to serve yourself, but how can, like, that amount of lot of waste there? So it's not only food waste, right? Imagine amount of energy goes into that. So those are like kind of a negative, right, culture. And then there will be a market and public demand. Say for example, now the plastic straws are like no more there, right? Very few, because there will be like, a lot of market and public demands are there. So the packaging quality, so there will be a lot of demands coming up. And then of course, technology, there will be like a lot of technology changes coming up now. People are talking about biodegradable packaging. So those activities. And then legislative, so legal framework, even very recently, like, there are a lot of changes in the environmental management system, EPL. You're talking about environmental protection license, right? There are a lot of changes. And then natural, like, there are a lot of climate change in Sri Lanka, like the temperature, the weather pattern has changed now. Like, earlier we had few controlled weather patterns, monsoon and all, but now all of a sudden, like, you are facing a different environment, right? The resource availability, and then your ecosystem, right? So, and then renewable energy access. So all these things basically we need to consider. And then of course, when you consider the internal factors, so external factors, you can now think about your organization or maybe your university, right? And then internal issues, you can consider organizational governance and structure. So what is our organization governance? Say university, but how strong our environmental management system, how priority they have given, and then whether you have a registration, like, recycling, like, or you are promoting the environmental management system, maybe light, AC control, those, whether those things are there, right? And then how, like, you comply with the legal requirement. And then what about the policies and objective strategies? Whether your organization do have a environment management system policies, objectives, or strategies, right? And then what is your capacity and capability? Like, how can you manage? Like, say for example, if you're having a very old machines, right? You might not like, you have a very good capacity, but if you are you planning to like convert this into like, energy saving, right? And then people, their understanding, their knowledge, like those kind of a thing. And then information system. So do you know, like, your people, do they know about the environmental management system part, like, the waste, number of waste, or maybe the usage of energy per production, right? Or maybe like if it is a university, electricity usage per student. Do you know those information, right? So you can plan it out, right? And then your management system, like, guideline, like financial, all activities. And then this is most important part, your organization style and culture. Say for example, even in your home, right? uh, Under environmental management system, there will be a culture, because when moment somebody said ISO, people think like, you need to have procedure. But what about the culture in your home also? Like, are you turning off the light, right? Are you turning off the tap? So that's the culture. If somebody see a light is there, like nobody's like, using it. Do you have a culture for that? It's same with the organization. So this is like, go beyond your basic operational procedures, right? So this is like, organization culture and all, right? Now, again, environmental condition, like, you can study about meteorological, geological, hydrological issues, about ecological information about your organization, the situated, maybe historical disaster information. Say for example, now we will be doing like some study called EIA, environment impact assessment, right? Before you set up a factory in a very sensitive area, or maybe close to sensitive area, like, maybe Central Environment Authority or Forest Department. they will ask you to do the EIA study. So when you started to work on this EIA study, you might need to get a lot of historical data. So we work with one particular project, and then that particular project, they asked us to bring last 30 years flood data, right? Why they asked us to bring the last 30 years flood data? Because they want us to develop like their ETP, effluent treatment plant, above the flood level, right? So what happened if the effluent treatment plant below the flood level? So they basically like consider the maximum flood level, and then they give us a percentage, and all outlet, ETP outlet has to be above that. Even if there's a maximum flood, you are not polluting the flood water, right? So that kind of analysis has to be there, right? So if your factory is already there, that you don't need to worry about it. But since there are a lot of new graduates, you might join new industry where you are going to set up the industry and all. So you need to consider all this. And then report previous assessment, and maybe you can get a idea about other industry as well, right? So then environmental monitoring data, their air quality. Maybe before you set up a factory, you might understand the surrounding biodiversity, socioeconomic factors. So, and then of course, you need to get a EPL, Environmental Protection License from the Central Environment Authority, right? And then of course, you need to plan for the emergency. Right. Now, we spend about almost good 1 hour. Right. Now it's time to see what are the things you gather, right? So maybe you can go back and uh, check this, right? This part. Maybe you can take screenshot. Say external issues can be political, economic, financial, competition, right? And then supply chain management, social, culture, market and public demand you can consider, right? And then technological, legislative, natural you can consider. Then internal issues you can consider organization, governance and structure, policies, objectives and strategies, capacity and capabilities, information system, management system and standard, organization style and culture, right? Environmental condition in the organization, right? Now, or maybe what you can do is you can do a SWOT analysis or pestle analysis, right? You can do either one of these, right? So what I want is you need to do a context analysis, right? Considering your external and internal issues in your organization. Let me type here. Context analysis for organization, right? Issues. So, maybe most of you are students, so you can consider your organization as a university. So, external factors, let me take example, external factors can be political. So, what are the political involvement for the universities on the environment management system? So, from my knowledge, we don't have much kind of a political involvement. So, it's a kind of negative involvement, right? And then economic. So, what about economic factors fuel, gas, water, infrastructure, transportation, those kind of factors for the university. So those are depend on your university where it's situated, right? So the financial part, if you want the waste disposal, separate system, recyclable unit, so where you can get, right? So all these things you can study. Then internally, what is your university governance structure for the environment management system? Is it promoting the environment management system, waste reduction, energy saving, those kind of culture? Then if it is yes, is a positive, if not negative. So, you can identify all these things in a kind of a positive and negative manner. So you can do a case study, say, okay, external, what are the external positives and negatives? Yep. So you internal and negatives. So this is the first study you need to do in your organization. So this is the implementer program, right? So we need to do this case study. So can I give like 5 minutes, and then you can use WhatsApp chat, uh, or whatever, like if it is if you want to write it down, you can write it down, take a picture, and then upload in the WhatsApp group, right? Can we do this, team? Can you do the first context analysis? If you can do, like you put a thumb mark. I know like you are capable of doing it. Can we do this? Team, can we start with the context analysis? So this is the first study you need to do in your organization. So in practical scenario, Akitu, thank you very much. So what about others? So if like the with the top management, you need to do this, right? But now since the implementer program, you are going to do with me. So I will be basically helping you. So shall we take 5 minutes? So now 10, 15, 10, 20. So even before that, you can share with me. Yep, team, are you good? Right. Okay, let's do this. So all good, right? So I'm here. If you have any question, you can ask. So maybe you can start using the chat or WhatsApp. Team, if you have any question, you can ask from me as well. Any clarification, or like if you need any support. So when you do a context analysis, the climate change is a mandatory. You need to do that, right? So you have 1 minute. We have a lot to cover. That's why I don't want to give a lot of time. We need to do a lot of case studies as well. Okay. So laboratory waste management, resource consumption, climate and weather, rising temperature, and unpredictable weather require better cooling system in lecture halls and any other. Okay. Sandamini, you don't need to go into the action plan that will be using in the element 6, right? Here, the context, we only study the positives, negatives, right? So we only study the positive, negatives. So don't go into the action plan. Uh, don't go into the action plan. Action plan will go into the element number 6, right? Only we study, uh, the positive, negatives and the external and internal. Yeah, but that's good because so others also can see this and then it will be like kind of a learning. So maybe use the chat and yeah, can I get at least one or two feedbacks? Can I get one more feedback? Okay. Maybe like if you write it down in the paper, you can take a picture and uh, you can take a picture and maybe upload it. Yeah. Can I get one more feedback on the context? So maybe you can do the SWOT analysis, you can do pestle. So can I get one more feedback? So before I move on, yeah, I'm getting few feedbacks. So guys, almost 10 minutes gone. Can I get one more feedback? Right. Okay. I got one. Internal student practical and research project. Consistency generate hazardous chemical. What is this? Practicals and research project. Yep. So yeah, sometimes like agree. See that can be an internal one, right? Yeah, that is nice. Sandamini, like agreed. So one internal negative is like student do there are a lot of research work and all, right? When you do a research work, there can be a lot of hazardous chemicals and all, like you use acid, sometimes like heavy metal chemicals. So that can be there. All right. So now I start to get a lot of good things. So this information can be others also can be used as a kind of a learning, right? External, positive. Political support, higher education activities. Yeah, political support for education activities. And then what about the environmental impact there? Maybe like, you can consider like a lot of environmental related degree programs are coming up, right? So that can be a positive thing, right? Economics, sponsors, social and culture, university culture, encourage environmental protection. Yeah, that could be there. Yeah, encourage environmental protection. A lot of university programs are there. So yeah, now I started to get a lot of things. Thank you. So Prasadini basically talk about internal outcome, improve environmental performance, reduction of pollution, paper waste management, compliance with environment regulation, efficient use of water. Yeah, extended outcome, development of green campus culture, better sustainability research opportunity, international recognition and collaboration, long-term reduction in resource consumption. Perfect. Positive extended impact, improved public image of the university, sustainable behavior among students, better opportunities for green innovation, negative extended impact, high implementation and maintenance costs, need for continuous monitoring and training, possible resistance to the environmental policy changes by some staff and students. Perfect. Whoever this, Pasandini. Uh, thank you very much. It was very nice. So Sandamini, that is also your one is really good. External Sashikala, your feedback is really appreciated. Right. Then Sasindini basically said political, environmental permits and license, very good. Economic factors, and then a lot of changes are going on, like controls, right? That's nice. Fuel and transport costs, the negative, yeah. And then social factor, customer demand for e-friendly cosmetic, agreed. So are you talking about the cosmetic manufacturing? Interesting. Technology, new environmental monitoring system, agreed. Legal factor, EPL requirement. Sasindhu, I don't know why you said like legal factor, EPL requirement. That is good, right? Don't put as a kind of a negative because EPL will basically like say minimizing the damage to the environment, right? Environment, water pollution risk is a kind of a like negative agreed, but except legal factor. So I agreed except legal factor, right? Because EPL is a good thing, right? Like environmental protection license, you need to have that. Because then only industry will control it. And then every year, Central Environment Authority, the representative, the people, authorized authority, they will go and inspect the factory. So that's a good thing, right? So, as in the context, understand, I didn't. Okay, I want the context part, not the finding, right? Okay. Team, I think like, you have some inputs here, right? So people who have contributed, thank you very much. This is really nice. Like whoever contributed is really good because when you, that's how we learn, right? We generate something and then we try to understand with the team. and then you learn it. So this chat will be available for others also can see, and even after the program, like three of us will basically give the feedback, right? If there's anything, right? Now we complete that part. Now you can use the context, you can use like strength, you can use special like political, economic, legal, technological, social, environment factor. So you can use any method. Standard doesn't limit to that. And then second thing, 4.2, it's talk about understand the need and expectation of interested parties. So any organization, any industry, you have a like a interested party. Say for example, where your university is situated. So there are universities who situated a far away place. That's fine. Like you don't have like lot of interaction with the villagers. But there are universities who situated like in the village, right? Like so then there can be a lot of interaction. There can be positive, there can be negative, right? So those are like you understand need and expectation. So even context analysis you study. Context analysis also you study that understand like your customers are demanding the environmental friendly services, environmental friendly product. So that's the kind of positive thing, right? So these are like need and expectation of the interested party. So there are interested parties. Say Central Environment Authority, legal body, is an interested party in the Sri Lanka, any industries, right? So they want to make sure their need and expectation is what? They want all the industry to adhere to their guideline, legal guideline. That's their need. Right. So if I go through interested parties that are relevant to the environment management system, relevant need and expectation for these interested parties, which these need and expectation become compliance obligation and will be addressed thoroughly the environment management system. Sometimes like CA requirement, it will become a compliance. Right. So there are two nodes. Relevant interested party can have need and expectation related to the environment condition, such as pollution level, availability of natural resource, climate change, biodiversity, or ecosystem health, right? Say, for example, in tea. So you identify like, in your plantation, sometimes you need to keep like, special forest patch where you might identify there are some endemic species are there. So your accountability, your responsibility is to maintain that forest patch as per the natural condition. That's a mandatory requirement, right? Or maybe like, soil erosion. How are you going to minimize the soil erosion? Or maybe when you use the vehicle, how do you make sure that like, cut down the fuel costs using the proper routes to collect the tea? Right. So those are the kind of a requirement. The relevant need and expectation of interested parties, other than legal requirement, become a compliance obligation when the organization decided to comply with them. Say, for example, like some organization, you have a multinational organization, like say, for example, now we talk about Ansel, maybe Unilever, or maybe like Carlsberg, right? So those organizations, the mother company, right? They basically put guideline. Say you need to cut down your like the energy cost by 30% within this year, 2030. So sometimes it more stricter than the country's legal requirement. So you have no option. You have to adhere to that, right? So that is one area. So say these are some example, right? So you have external interested party, you have a consumer, you have a buyer, or maybe like so need and expectation is what? Green supply chain, sustainable reporting initiative, business to business, like environment one. So regulatory authorities, so Minister of Environment, Forestry, like they have different need and expectation. Comply with the environmental protection and management legislation, right? Comply with the occupation health and safety requirement. So you depend on the organization. This can be vary, right? This can be vary. So depend on your organization, you need to identify the need and expectation. So first part, you need to do a context analysis, identify the external positive negatives in your organization. And then internal positive negatives in your organization. And then you need to do understand your interested party to your organization, and then you study their need and expectation, right? So this is the second one. So this will be common for your 9,000, 14,000, 45,000, 22,000, whatever standard. These things are common, but only thing, their need and expectation is a bit different. Right now, clarity about the scope. 4.3. Scope decision must take a life cycle perspective, ensuring upstream and downstream impact to the organization can influence are not overlooked. right? So say I took a previous example. Now this is the addition requirement by 2026 standard. Say said like scope addition. Say for example, now I'm running a consultancy company. So we will say, okay, consultancy start when you get an inquiry and we do all the documentation, training, we travel, and then complete the project and hand it over to the customer with the certification. That's the control environment. But if you're going for a 14,000 with the new 2026 standard, we need to consider upstream and downstream impact of the organization can influence and not overlook. Upstream and onstream must control or influence, right? So this, when you do aspect impact evaluation, we need to consider. Say, for example, now upstream mean after you complete the environment management system, how do they like complete that part? And same time, when you plan the project, how do we plan the transportation? Say for example, are we planning transportation, cutting down the environmental impact? Are we planning every week we will travel to the customer? I'm like, customer will be happy. But what about the environmental impact? Right? But we will say, okay, no, we are not visiting you every week. All our meetings will be due online, but the factory visit, the reviewing of control environment, those things will plan out the physical visit. So what you do is you cut down, say, okay, 30 to 40% of your transportation you cut down because of the environment part. And then of course, you are getting a financial benefit out of it as well. So the environment management system, the additional benefit for the industries, of course, you are getting a benefit. Like when you go for ISO 50,000, of course there will be energy saving project. So it should reflect in your finance papers. Same scenario, right? You cut down. So when you identify the scope, you need to make sure the upstream and downstream, both you need to consider. Like either you have to control upstream or you have to influence. Influence mean like say for example, now you are giving your waste to a waste collector, right? If you give waste like any waste collector, there's no influence, there's no control, right? So the control mean you go with your waste collector and then you see what he's going to do with your waste. So that is a control part. So you see, okay, he has an incinerator. He used the proper temperature to burn it out. And then whatever the balance ash, he will deposit in a proper way. So that is the control part, waste. Influence means you identify a waste collector who has a central environmental authority approval and then hand it over. And in return, you get a kind of a note or confirmation saying what he has done to your waste. That's the influence. You don't go and monitor, right? So you need to show that each and every environmental impact activity, either you have a control, you have influence. So this is not easy. This is actually not easy, right? Now, it's not easy to control everything, but you can standard is still provide the provision for influence part. But I believe my example will give you a kind of a clear idea from the waste, right? So if you can hire a waste collector, right? And then this waste collector, with the waste collector, one of your team member go and check what he has done. So that's the control part. So then all you assure all the activities which he has done as per the agreed Sri Lankan laws, waste disposal laws. That's fine. But then second thing option you can do is we don't have extra people, right? Second option, what you do is basically hire a waste collector where they have a CE license, waste management license, and then you hand it over, and then in return you get a kind of a letter or a kind of a receipt saying, okay, this kilo amount of waste you have handed over, and then these are the activities we have done for this particular waste. That's the influence part. So either upstream, downstream, you need to have both, right? Let me go back. So when you determine the scope of the environmental management system, the organization shall determine the boundaries and applicability of environmental management system to establish a scope. When determine the scope, the organization shall consider external and internal issues, context, compliance obligation, photo, organization unit function and physical boundaries, right? Its activities, product and service, its authority and ability to exercise control, influence over the life cycle of its activities, product and service. Once the scope is defined, all activities, product and service of the organization within the scope shall be included in the environmental management system. The scope shall be available as documented information and shall be available to interested parties. Now, before I go to this, let me ask one question, right? See, now you have a factory within one premises, you have a boundary wall, you have like, let's say, tea factory. Inside the same boundary, you are like, ownership is same. You have a tea factory, and then you have a rubber gloves manufacturing factory, right? So within the same boundary, you have a like, two different names, two different business entities, like, and can only tea factory can obtain the ISO 14 certificate. Now, like, I hope my question is clear to you. You have a group of company. The company has two factories. One, the tea factory. Other one is a rubber gloves manufacturing factory. Those are both are in like same premises, same boundary, right? Like you have a wall, solid wall inside it, right? So same entrance. Now management decide, okay, I need because like the tea exporters, like the buyers, they demand for ISO 14001 certificate, right? So then the owners decide, okay, let's get the ISO 14001 certificate for tea factory. Can you obtain that? Can I make your life more easy? So same situation, you are within the same premises, within inside the boundary, you have a tea factory and a rubber manufacturing factory. So only rubber factory wants to get ISO 9001 certificate, quality management system certificate. Can they get it?
Yes,
I
can.
hope my question is,
Yes, can.
yeah, it can. Right. Okay. Agree. What about 14,000? Can
Can.
rubber
Can.
factory?
Yeah.
You
I
think
think
can? Okay.
yeah.
So Taran said like you can get like individual only individual certificate. So you can keep one factory away and get the certificate. Yeah. What about others? So for both he said yes. 9,000 you can get only for one factory. 14,000 also one factory you can get it, but within the same premises. What do you think? What do you think? Others can think something. Yeah. Others. What about the other members? Can I get one more feedback? Can I get one more feedback? Team Can-Am. So people like you're studying the environment management system. So you might go to industry and then like when you go to the industry, like management expect you to know about all this stuff. So they will ask, okay, look, now you are joining as environmental engineer or environmental sustainable executive manager. Now I need to get this certificate done for my this plant only. Now you have to give an answer, guys. Come on. Can I get one more feedback? මේ දෙකයි තියෙන්නේ 50% years no ඕගොල්ලෝ exam කරද්දි ගහන්නේ ටක් ටික් ටුක්. So give us a chance. Yeah, do that. Come on, guys. Come on, can I get a one more feedback? Come on, like we have 60 people. So you got one feedback, say yes, can do both. Is there anybody to say no? Or anybody say yes? Okay. So Bandar said yes, right? Okay, for this. Okay. Guys, Torrent, like, say for example, now for the, you said yes for both, right? So it's like this. For what do you call? Just give me 1 minute. So actually, like for the first one, of course, yes. For the 9,000, for the 9,001, yes, right? But for the 14,001, no. Why is not? Why not? Why not? Because if it is the same premises, right? Same land, they have one EPL, right? They have one EPL, right? You can't get two EPL, environmental protection license. So see, there will be a two different repercussion, like the what do you call rubber plant. You have a lot of discharge, water and all. But tea plant, you don't have water, like you have a different. So if you want to get ISO 14001, you can't get it only for the one factory. If it is the same premises under same management, you have to complete entire thing. Now we come across similar situation. There was a one factory, and then in their scope, they identify like different products, right? They identify its activity. You can see the D activities, product and service. Say for example, some activities are done by the third party. Now I'm making your life bit complicated, right? So the third party is done by some activities. Now what is the scenario? Now you know the pattern, right? If it is done by the third party, the particular third party doesn't need to have environmental management system certification. But if you are going for a certification, of course you need to to adhere to EPL requirement, environmental protection license requirement. So even the auditors, when they go for audit for the third party, they will go and check the third party operation if that product include into your certificate. I hope it's clear. Is it clear? Torrance, is clear to you? Is it clear? So this 14,000 is a bit tricky standard. Vidya, is it clear to you?
Yes, clear, sir.
Right. All right. I think all clear, right? So it's not easy. 22, you can even get a 22, portion of your business. 9,000, sometimes they go for one unit of your organization. But 14,000 you can't because it goes with the EPF. Now, you know the scope part. Now, when it's come to environmental management system, the changes, organization should not consider how reliance on other entities of the organization relies on the key function affect their scope of operation. The 2026 standard allow the organization the flexibility to establish environment management system while still ensuring it meets all requirements. So you basically need to meet all the legal requirements. So these are the changes in 2026. So what do you mean by environment management system mean? To achieve the intended outcome. So your intended outcome is minimizing environmental impact, minimizing wastage, minimizing energy usage, right? So in those are kind of intended outcome. That's what you plan, right? Including enhancing its environmental performance. The organization shall establish, implement, maintain, and continually improve. This is very important. Continually improve. So this 14,000 talk about continually improve an environmental management system. So you can give a lot of evidence. Even continually improve environment management system can be you can increase the number of training programs, right? So that part of it. But when it's come to 50,000 energy, it says continually improvement of the energy performance, right? So that's the challenging part, right? So if you can't show that, say getting a ISO 50,000, actually it's not easy, right? Very few organizations, they obtain ISO 50,000, right? But even I'm like, if it is bit easy compared to maintaining it. Say, for example, now this year you will say, okay, my energy consumption per kilo or maybe ton is X, right? And then when you go to the next year, you need to show that X minus 1 is your energy consumption. So every year you need to do improvement. That's why, you said, okay, maintain continual improvement performance, energy performance. But this standard said maintain and continual improve an environmental management system. That's it. So system is a big word, right? But moment it convert into performance, then it's challenging. I think like this is for our friend like Torren. Torren, you got my point, right?
Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah, so this is you're in a very challenging scenario right now, right?
Yeah.
With the in terms of ISO 50,000, right? So then, including the process needed for their interaction in according with the required of this document, the organization shall consider knowledge gathering. For one photo is there right now. Let's move on, and then 5.1 is talk about leadership, right? So we complete entire element 4, right? Now element 5 we are going to discuss about the 5, right? So element 5 is about top management. Top management must show personal involvement. So now this is the challenging part. Now it's like legal. In Sri Lanka is a legal requirement. Like, when you register a company will act as a kind of like, independent person. But now I believe I'm not the right person to talk about the what do you call this financial legal requirement. But I know, like, now directors are personally even liable for their organization. Same thing came in the 14,000 standard now. Top management must show personal involvement and remain accountable even when tasks are delegated. So the CEO or the directors can delegate their tasks. That's fine. They are accountable. But this new standard, 14,001 2026 said top management must show personal involvement, right? So there should be evidence, right? Top managements are personally involved. Right? So that's a challenging one, right? Leadership is supposed is so this new standard when they go in like changing, they try to bring top management into the system very much. I'm like quite rightly, right? Leadership is supposed is expected across all roles, not just managerial position. So entire thing, the 2026 standard is outlined that top management can demonstrate leadership through their own activities on environmental and sustainable issues. So this is the biggest changes. Like, top management cannot say like, I don't know, I have delegated everything. I'll take accountability. No, you can't take accountability if you don't know what is happening in your ETP, effluent treatment plant. You can't do like, if you don't know what is happening in your energy. We know there are some CEOs. Maybe you know about power factor, right? So you can Google and see what do you mean by power factor, right? So like, energy management system, like, power factor is very key. So you try to maintain the stable power factor, maybe 9.97, right? 0.97 or something, right? Or maybe 9.7, 9.8, or maybe 9.9, right? So you try to maintain this power factor at this level. So we know like there are some CEOs, they continuously monitor about the power factors, right? So I'm like that level. Like if sometimes it goes down, you have so many issues, right? Load issues. So they go into that level, right? So this is the expected level from 2026. So if you organization decided to go for 14,001 2026, you better talk to your top managements and say, look, this new standard asks your personal involvement in the energy environmental management system. If you can't, don't go for the certification, right? So let's think of maybe later. If you're too busy, like, it doesn't mean like, CEO, director has to come and like check ETP and all this kind of thing. At least they should have a little bit of understanding what is happening in your ETP, what is happening in your energy consumption, the waste and all, like, so that's good enough. You don't need to do a walkthrough audit every day. Then you don't need other people, right? So you have to have a balance. But they say like, show personal involvement, right? In a lot of multinational, the top managements, they know about their energy, carbon footprint, GHG, all in dashboard. That's good enough, right? So let's move on. So in the leadership, is basically said top management shall demonstrate leadership and commitment with respect to the environment management system by taking accountability for the effectiveness of the environment management system. Say, for example, now, if there's oil spillage in your factory, who's accountable? Say, for example, you have a tea factory or you have a glove manufacturing factory or you have a soap manufacturing factory. There was a huge oil spillage, diesel spillage. your diesel tank leak and like it goes to the nearby the water stream. We had situation in Sri Lanka, right? So who's accountable for this? You have a director, CEO, factory manager, the operator, engineer, technician, and diesel tank operator also there. Who's accountable? Who's accountable for this? Guys, who's accountable? You got my question, right? So you have a diesel storage, any factory. It can be a rubber factory, it can be tea factory, it can be soap manufacturing factory, it can be like, transportation, whatever. So there was a huge diesel leakage at the night and it goes to the nearby river. Now, like river is full of oil. Now, who's accountable for this scenario?
Finally, top management accountable.
Top management means the director and CEO, right? They are accountable. So you can't pass the no, right? Like you can't pass the saying, okay, this is a problem with the diesel tank operator. No way. Why they are accountable? Because they need to have a system to check whether there's a diesel leakage or not. Right. Hope you can remember there was sometimes back in Sri Lanka, like, during the night time, somebody has like, contractor people. They try to like, do some changes, repair in the factory, and then accidentally there was oil, like, the underground oil line was damaged and it went to the nearby river. Like, that situation is there. So the top management is accountable, right? Ensuring that the environmental policy and environmental objectives are established, which we are going to do that, and compatible with the strategic direction and context of the organization. So this strategic direction part is not there in the previous standard. 9,000 or 2000, 14,000 or 2015, it was not there. Now, even management system, it was there because like, environment management system strategic direction is required. Ensuring integration of environment management system requirement into organization business. Like, you're cutting down energy per your product or your service. That's fine. And if you are running a hotel, the energy consumption per plate or energy consumption per the tonnage or kilogram, right? Or maybe energy consumption per student, right? Those are strategic direction, right? Ensuring the resource need for environment management system. So if you need to waste segregate, you need that resources. So if you go for a energy saving, maybe you might need to convert your incandescent light, right? But not at the same time. Maybe you can convert in a different time, right? Communicating importance effective environment management system to the staff, ensuring environment management system achieve intended outcome, and then promoting continual improvement. So these are like, some of the leadership commitment, right? You can use it. And then there's environmental policy. In 2026 standard introduced preservation of conservation of natural resource to be considered, meeting compliance obligation shall be elevated periodically. So introduce preservation of conservation of natural resource, that's introduced, and then meeting compliance obligation. So this is the policy requirement by the standard. Let me go through. Top management shall establish, implement, maintain environment policy within the defined scope of environment management system. So its first one said it's appropriate to the purpose and context of the organization, including nature, scales, and environment impact of the activity, product, and service. So when you read a policy, it should reflect saying, okay, this is a soap company, this is a tea factory, this is a rubber factory, this is a consultancy company, this is like, the shoe making company. So that information has to be there. Provide framework for setting environmental objective. We are going to touch about that. Include commitment to the protection of environment. Now, this is very important. So if standard said include, you need to include this. Include, so forget about include. So commitment to the protection of environment, including preservation of pollution and other specific commitment has to be there in your policy. That's the word. C has to be there. So there's a note saying other specific commitment to protect the environment can include preservation or conservation, natural resource, sustainable resource, use, climate change mitigation and adaptation, and protection of biodiversity ecosystem. So you can include that. And then include commitment to meet compliance obligation. That should be there in the policy, right? Then include commitment to continually improve the environment management system to enhance environment performance, that has to be there. So the C, D, E has to be there in the policy, and other than that, you can include anything. So then once you develop a policy, said it has to be documented. They should communicate and available to interested party. I think this look like very simple. Now we are going to do a small case study. I'll give 5 minutes. Now you are going to develop a policy, right? I'll give 5 minutes. But look at this and try to develop an environment policy for your organization. Say most of you are coming from university, maybe you can develop one for university, or maybe if you are working in an intern place, you can use that. Or otherwise, people from industry, you can use that in the industry. So shall I give 5 minutes? Is this question clear to you? Team, can I get the reaction? Guys, this is in this online program, we are not planning to go for any tea breaks or anything. I know like while you are listening, doing case studies, you can have a tea because we need to cover a lot, right? So we are not stopping for tea break, right? But of course, we are going to stop for lunch, right? So I hope you're good with that, right? Because we have to cover a lot within the day. So guys, did you got my question? Is my question clear to you? Tim, is it clear? Now you're going to develop an environmental policy for your organization. It can be your university or maybe where you doing your internship. Yeah. Tim, is it clear to you? Can we do this within 5 minutes? Tim, can we do this? Tim, are you tired or what? I'm not getting feedback. Tim, are you tired? Guys, I'm not getting feedback from you all. Yeah. Are you okay to do this case study? All right. Okay. Let's do this. So let's take 5 minutes. Now is 11 to 11 to. So 11:07, I'm expecting environment policy from you. So make sure the standard requirements are covered. While you are doing that, I'll check the previous one. So Mali has mentioned. Okay, I'll give the feedback in chat so others can see that. Ali has mentioned that's really good. Yasishuri has mentioned that's really good. Tanya has mentioned it was really good, right? It's really good. Akindu has sent one. Akindu, this is really good. Why don't you put it this into the chat? Yeah, that's nice, Akindu. Thank you very much. Can I get some policy? Yeah. So within today, you know how to do the entire 14,000 standard if you follow this. So you have 2 more minutes. Okay, Vidya has sent a policy to me. We are committed to protect the environment, pollution, and continue to improve compliance. We will comply with pollution and industry standard. Pollution prevention will reduce. Waste management we will practice. Okay. Vidya, what you can do is if you go back, to the standard requirement, you can say commitment. You said you can include everything. We are committed to protecting the environment, including prevention, pollution, and other specific preventing pollution, right? And pollution and okay, you are there, continually improve our environmental performance. And then even compliance part, you need to mention commitment to comply with the compliance part, right? So other than that, you can include anything, and then your policy, the appropriate and purpose of the organization. So this is a very common one, right? So I can't differentiate. I can't differentiate which industry you are talking about, whether it's a tea, whether it's a glove, whether it's a soap, whether it's a garment, right? So that indication also will have to be there. Vidya, hope you got my point, right? Yeah, Vidya, if you can redo that and send it to me. All right, great. So revert back to me, then I will correct it. Okay, great. But can I get one more feedback? Guys, thank you. That was really nice. Okay, Tanya has mentioned. Tanya, again, you need to include the word commitment. There are three things, and then you basically like your idea whether this is about the university. So this commitment, three words, include three words. So that has to be there. Yeah, let's see. Shashikala, Animal laws, regulation, and the requirement to the main. Yeah, Chaya, same. Sashikala, same, right? Commitment part, commitment, and the purpose of the organization. Purpose include, like, say is a university. So that part also you can include, right? So if you include that, your policy will be there. Yeah. So I got some feedback here. Let me see. See, I'm getting okay. The net has mentioned waste management, implement moderate campus, fight waste segregation, build an organic composting system, water conservation, footprint, local make clean energy, translate rooftop solar, light and all that. Okay. Uh, green. Okay. So this is nice. Dinesh, this is very nice. So you just mentioned in Rajaratnam University what are the things you do, and same thing. So you can see. I believe, like, this may be the first time you are seeing the standard. So when standard set include, right? You can see this word, right? Include commitment. That word has to be there. Like, you can't change it. Include mean commitment to protection of environment, including preservation, pollution, and other specific commitment has to be there. And then include commitment to comply with compliance legislation. You might say, okay, Rajasthan University is, like, we are doing environment management system, and then we are committed to protect the of environment, including prevention, pollution, and other specific commitment, comma, meet its compliance obligation, comma, continual improvement of the environment management system to enhance environmental performance. Then you can include all other things. I hope you got my point. Those words are mandatory. You got it? You can see this, I think, commitment CDE. You got it? You got my point, right? Guys, I need feedback. You got it? Right. Yeah, thank you very much. I'm getting feedback. I need feedback. Right. Okay. So now let's move on to the other one. So we complete the case study. Then once you do, like, you have a roles, responsibility, and authority. So in 2020, standard outline how assigning responsibility can enhance employee engagement in the environment management system. So this responsibility authority has a bigger role. You can see in even in the previous one, the top management, they need to show their personal involvement in the environment management system. That's a challenge, right? And then they said, okay, outline how assigning responsibilities can enhance employees' engagement in the environment management system. So in this new standard, if you plan to go for an environment management system, you need to show, right? Okay, look, this particular task will be managed by this particular person. And then there's a challenge, right? Say, for example, if you have a effluent treatment plant operator, he should know about the legal requirement in the ETP. He can't just say, like, I just operate and I add this chemical and then make sure, like, pH, something like that. He should know why he is maintaining this particular pH level. What is the legal requirement? So it's challenging. Like, you say, okay, I'll basically, like, discharge sludge as this. Oh, so he should know what are the legal requirement, like, when you discharge water into a water surface or inland surface, so that he should know about that. So that's a challenging one when you go for 2026, right? Now, roles and responsibility authority part. Top management shall ensure that the responsibility and authorities for the relevant roles are assigned and communicate within the organization. So this is the tricky part, right? Authority, relevant roles are assigned and communicated. So say, for example, if I'm working in an organization as a, like, waste collector. So I should know what is my responsibility. So an organization has a mechanism to communicate that part. Top management shall assign the responsibility and authority for ensure that the environment management system conform to the requirement of this document. Reporting on the performance of the environment management system, including environmental performance to the top level. So this is very important part. And then let's talk about the risk and opportunities. Right. So we need to develop a kind of a set of guideline to identify the risk and opportunity. So if you can remember, you identify the risk and opportunities at your context, right? And then this new standard, like say guidance on the risk and opportunities are more robust. In the 2026 version, a rename 615 become planning action. The EMS scope shall be considered when planning, right? So there are some changes in the risk and opportunity part. So let's understand that. When planning for the environment management system, organization shall consider external and internal issues, which we know. Now we know like, okay, there are some certain changes, like, you, in your case, you identify. So these are like, let me try to understand. Say you identify, say you identify positive context, strong environmental regulation, encourage sustainable practices in compliance in culture. So those are positive things, right? Like, negative frequent policy changes and strict regulation may increase operation and compliance cost. So sometimes, like, say, say like legal requirement. This is not the environment management system, but under a factory ordinance, the light level has intensity has increased, right? So then again, you need to increase the number of lights, right? Then that will become an environmental impact. So this is like, very nice. So you identify what are the things, like, you need to study, right? So then when you develop action plan, when you develop action plan, you can like, identify what are the things you can control, what are the things you can influence, right? The determine the risk and opportunity organization related to the. Okay. We are basically like, compliance obligation issues requirement to any identified that need to be addressed. The given assurance that the environment management system can achieve its intended outcome. Prevent or reduce undesired effect, including the potential for external environment condition affect the organization. Achieve continuous improvement. The risk and opportunity that need to be addressed shall be available as documented information, right? So these are the things you need to do. And then when you come to 615 planning action, right? The organization shall plan to take action address is significant environment aspect determined. So here, this part you can do right now because we have not completed the aspect impact evaluation. So the last session by Mr. Hashan, then you will be identify how you're going to control the aspect impact evaluation. And then compliance obligation. Of course, after me, Mr. Ranu will take up that session. Then you will identify how you're going to control that. So this action planning, you need to wait until you complete the aspect evaluation, the compliance obligation. But the risk and opportunity, yes, you can do that because you already identify what are the risks, what are the impact. So how to implement the action into environment management system and evaluate the effectiveness of this action. So this has to be there. Now, say for example, it will take 5 minutes. So you did a context analysis, right? So you identify these, like, um, where is this? Say for example, say now I'll give one example. As an external environment, you identify waste management is negative. Management is negative in your station or university. right? So this is the problem. Like, everywhere this could be a problem. So can you develop an action plan to improve this? So I put information on the chat. So can you develop an action plan to improve this? Say, for example, you might say waste management is negative in your organization, university. You might say, okay, we have a mixed waste. So that's a problem. Or maybe you identify you have a quantification. Solid waste is this, paper waste is this, kind of a thing. So doing that, like, you imagine the worst scenario. Now, can you develop a small action plan? How we're going to do that? So when you develop action plan, you need to identify the task, responsibility, and timeline. You need to identify all three and timeline. Yeah. Can we take 5 minutes? So I think this problem is everywhere. Like, sometimes if you have a good waste management system, then people are not adhering to waste management system. You can develop action plan. So what are the tasks you're going to do? Who will be responsible? What is the timeline to complete this? And then end of the project, you should be able to identify, like, from where to where you achieve. Like, you might say, okay, I have a mixed waste. I don't know the quantity. So then you develop an action plan. Like, okay, this is my plastic. This is my paper. This is my, like, food waste. And then you develop, like, life cycle assessment. You develop, okay, food waste will be sent into a pickering. The plastic waste, the pet bottle will send it to this amount to these people, and then they do a recycling, upscaling, right? And then other product you do, like, a downscaling part, and then maybe paper you send it to another recycle part, and only, like, maybe 1 kg, 2 kg where you can't do anything. So you identify that kind of a requirement. So this is kind of action plan you need to develop. Team, can we develop this action plan within 5 minutes? Guys, you okay? Can you develop action plan? Team, can I get a feedback? Come on. I believe Bashani doing the evaluation part to identify who's contribute more, right? Right. So you will get another chance with Procure
Yes.
team. But all right, Bashani, thank you. And you will get a free like entrance for the next program, part of the program they organize, right? So use that opportunity, and same time, like, I need a feedback. Team, you're okay with that? Team, are you good? Are you in the process to develop action plan? Come on, guys, give me feedback. Hello, come on, guys, come on. I need a feedback. Are you working on this, or you already started to work on the action plan? Hello, can I get the feedback? So you're comfortable with the action plan? I guess yes, right? Anya, you're okay? Shashikara, you good? Are you working on the action plan? All right, okay. Taranya, okay, thank you. Let's work on this. While I'll try to check the feedbacks. Sashini said we are committed to manufacturing possible. Sashikala, like, your policy is perfect, right? Sorry, Sashini Dasanayaka. So you are said committed to manufacture. So all the standard requirements. So she basically said like, we are committed to, and she include everything, right? That's perfect. That's fine. So once you complete, just share with me on chat or like WhatsApp. No feedback yet. No feedback yet. It's too difficult. So I'm like, after this program, you should be able to go back and implement the 14,001, right? Maybe 2015 version or like maybe updated version, because you have enough time. Because update version will be like effective from 2026. The even certification body, their auditors, they need to train the auditors and like come back. But we have enough time. So are you working on this? Okay. Okay, I got a feedback from Akindu. Right, okay. Let's see. Municipal fire electricity consumption in campus building is big issue. for what we have to reduce electricity use and improve energy efficiency. Action. Do energy audit to find high usage area. Perfect. 1 month. Rebuild all bulbs with LED light and 6 months. Install motion sensor in low usage area. Perfect. Create awareness to switch off light and ACs when not needed. Ongoing. Monitor monthly electricity use by department within 6 months. The responsibility goes to the facility team, sustainability committee, department, student eco club. As the outcome, lower electricity costs, reduce environmental impact, and better. Okay, so this is perfect. You identify the responsibility, you identify the timeline, and I can also start with the energy audit, so you can identify the significant energy users, right? So these are the areas, and then initially he will go for the mechanical part, say for example corridors and all, you might have an install motion, otherwise it will be there like 24/7, right? So if you have a motion sensors, that's perfect. And then ACs and all, and then maybe you can include service level. Sometimes their efficiency can go down. So electricity consumption improve the service level. Uh, and then I'm like, this is perfect. Agito, if you don't mind, can you put this into the group? Yep. So yeah, I can agree to share in the group, so others can see this. So this is perfect example. Thank you, Akitu. This is very nice. Right. I think let's move on. So even if you are completed, you can share with me. I will give my feedback. So let's move on. Then of course you can set a KPI. We call environmental objectives, right? You basically can set the environmental objectives. So when you set environmental objectives, it will be it will monitor, like in Akindu's case study. He said, okay, energy consumption you need to monitor. So energy consumption can be monitored based on some ratio. Like say, for example, uh, if your hostel, if you have like 200 people, if your energy consumption is, that will say X amount, and then if you have 100 people, again it will be X something wrong, right? So you might need to identify per person, per student, what is your energy consumption, right? So you can set objective, we do this kind of a energy monitoring part, the hotel, per plate or per guest energy consumption, right? Or maybe if it is a manufacturing, per kg, per unit, per ton, you can identify. So then otherwise you can see maybe your production is goes up, then your energy consumption also going up. So then I'm like, it's not giving any feedback. So you can't cut down the energy, right? So you have to develop mechanism, right? The organization shall establish, implement objective to relevant function and level, taking into account the organization's significant environmental aspect and related compliance obligation, which you will be learning end of the program. So next session will be about compliance. You will have a total comprehensive understanding, starting from where you're going to find the legislation and all. And then the evening session after lunch, your sleeping session, you'll be doing a lot of case studies with Mr. right? Considering risk and opportunities, the environment objective shall be consistent with the environment policy. So whatever the policy you have identified, there are nice link, right? Measurable, monitored, communicated, updated as appropriate, available as documented information. So the policy has to be documented information, right? You need to have a document. And then so then of course, when you set an objective, you might say, okay, I'm going to cut down my electricity usage by 5%. I'm going to cut down my paper wastage by 10%, 20%, right? I'm going to cut down by my food waste by another 20%. So that's action, that's the objective. But then this standard asks for action plan. Okay, how are you going to cut down 5%? Is it cutting down the AC or AC temperature, or maybe replacing the bulb, right? Or maybe educating, or food waste, communicating with the team, or maybe monitoring. Right. So paper, going for the soft copies most of the time. So those information has to be there. So you say planning to action to the environment objective. When planning how to achieve the environment objective, organization shall determine what will be done. Okay, I'm going to replace all the incandescent bulb with the LED. Then I'm going to cut down 1%. And then ACs, I'm not going to maintain temperature maximum 25, right? So I'm not allowed to for the reduction, right? So there are some lead points are cut down. So there will be another 2% saving. So likewise, what will be done? What resource will be required? So resources, I need to convert all the normal bulbs into a LED bulb. So I need a budget. AC, I need like, there are AC leak in the classroom and like lecture hall. So I need a like, covering system. So those are the requirements. Who will be responsible? Your facility management team will be responsible and the top management because they need to provide the fund. And when it will be completed, this is the most important part. Okay. So replacement of LED bulbs, maybe within 2 months. Gap covering within 2 months, right? So within 4 months, you should be able to get like, 4 to 5% saving. Then how the results will be evaluated, including indicators from the monitoring towards achievement. So results will be evaluating, comparing the energy figures. So it should be like, up to that level. So organizations shall consider how action to achieve environmental object can be integrated into organization business process. So if you cut down 5% of your electricity, you can say, okay, I'm saving this amount. So that's part of the business, right? You can do that. Now, can you develop objective to achieve them? So can you develop like, one particular objective? You say, okay, cut down electricity. Or maybe like, if you have a difficulty, you can develop environmental management objective for your home as well, right? But when you develop objective, just identify one objective and then how you're going to achieve it, right? So now don't worry about the achievement because I think like you already have done the action plan, but can you develop a one environmental objective? Right? So your university, your organization, can you develop one environment objective? So, like when you develop objective, it has to be smart. What do you mean by smart? It has to be specific, measurable, achievable, realistic, time bound. So for example, I'm going to cut down 5% of my electricity within like, 3 months. Right? I'm going to cut down. So the moment you said like cut down by 5%, you will say okay within 3 months, right? So that is the specific. Can you just write down some environmental objectives for your university or your organization? Don't worry about the action plan. Okay, I got one feedback. Okay, Sashni has like share with you, right? No, no. Right. So can you develop one environmental objective? Just take 2 minutes. So identify one particular environmental objective and then maybe put it into the chat. Guys, can you write down one environmental objective? Few environmental objectives. So Shashikala has mentioned, okay, identify the major type of waste generated in the university response EMS committee and place okay, in contain hostel third week, 6 month environmental audit, internal EMS audit. Perfect. Sachika is nice. Your action plan. Money in the suburban university, paper waste generally is a significant issue. USD has reduced paper usage, improve paper waste management action, conduct awareness program ongoing, encourage our site printing and photocopy within 1 month, promote digital submissions and online notes instead of printing documents within 3 months, place labor paper is academic in office classroom and in 2 months. Yeah, administrative division, academic division. Outcome this is perfect, Mali. Tanya has mentioned. Develop action plan for identify risk and opportunity based management. Uh, it biodegradable and is it perfect? It's really good. Okay. I think that Sharon has mentioned we are planning to plant 500 native trees. That's perfect by 31st. So uh, smart specific 500 native trees, not just trees, right? Native maybe relevant for that particular area. Measurable, yes, 500 trees. Achievable, of course, 500 trees you can achieve. Is it realistic? Time bound, December 21st. Of course, perfect. So one KPI you can monitor. So you can measure like 500 trees every month, maybe 50 trees, right? And then you can maintain the growth. Or maybe like you can say, okay, 500 native trees. So sometimes like when you do this kind of risk assessment, like there's a chance of number of trees can die during the process. You will say, okay, our target is to maintain 500 trees, but there is a chance of 10% can die during due to different reason, maybe animal attack, whatever. So we'll make sure 550 or 600 trees will plant, but expecting 500 to be like given to the environment. Perfect. So can I get one more feedback? One objective feedback. So then they can develop action plan. What are the trees? How you going to identify the trees? What are the locations? So then they can develop action plan. Can I get one more feedback before we move out? I believe all of you had a tea or anything. That's one luxury you can do when you have online program, right? But if we stop for another 15 minutes, we might have an issue, right? Because we need to cover the entire syllabus with the case studies. Yeah. So can I get one more feedback? One more objective. Yeah. Florence, I agree with you. Can I get one more objective? Okay, I got another one. Shashikala said objective. Reduce mixed solid waste generation in the university by 40%. Okay. Within 1 year through paper waste management, recycling programs and awareness activity. Okay. So now let's see this smart. Reduce mixed solid waste generation university by 40%. So specifically, you can measure, right? Like if you are weighing, you can measure. So you need to have like this. So last year, 100 mixed waste. Now we convert convert into a 60, right? 1 year, specific, measurable, achievable. So then through the proper waste management, recycling program, so you try to cut down the mixed waste, right? It goes to a landfilling. Perfect. This is really good. Shashikala, thank you. Right, let's move on. So you know how to set the objective. Now you know how to set activity, right? Um, So now these are kind of a new requirement by the 2026 standard. Organization must plan and manage environment management system related changes methodically to preserve intended outcome. So there can be some changes, right? So 9001 you have this change management part, but it was introduced to 14,000. It's of course it can, right? Because for example, if you are running a effluent treatment plant, sometimes you might not have the chemicals, right? Chemicals. or maybe there will be like, power cuts, so you have to depend on the diesel. Right. So those are the kind of a changes, right? Maybe like, your your ETP is not working, so you need to use the gully browser and send transfer your ETP to somebody else. Right. So those are like kind of a changes you are looking at. So even when you are doing the changes, your management system has to be perfect. So when the organization determine need for changes that affect or can affect the environmental management system, the changes shall be carried out in a planned manner. The changes shall be managed to ensure that the organization can achieve the intended outcome of environment management system. So there are two nodes. The need for changes to the environment management can arise from internal and external resources. Managing changes is addressed in various requirements in this document. So these changes has to be there. And then of course, you need a competent people, right? Uh, so there are some changes in the standard. So these are the changes from 14,000 to 2026. That is amendment to a age and its ability to meet its compliance obligation. So it's changed to identify the competences in terms of compliance obligation. That's why I said, at the beginning, if the effluent treatment plant person, or maybe a person who's managing the waste, right, scheduled waste, or the mixed waste, they should know about the legal requirement. So it's challenging, right? So let's go through the competency part. So determine the necessary competencies of persons doing work under its control that affects its environmental performance and its ability to meet the compliance obligation. Ensure that these persons are competent on the basis of appropriate education, training, or experience. Determine training needs associated with the environment aspect is environment management system. When applicable, take action to acquire the necessary competencies and evaluate the effectiveness of the action taken. Applicable action can include, for example, the provision of training on monitoring or any reassessment of current employee person or hiring or contracting or competence person. So these appropriate documentation, we need to keep this for the training part. And then awareness, there are changes uh, like changes. Fulfill obligation has been changed to meet obligation. So earlier standard use fulfill obligation requirement, but now meet, it will become more stronger, right? You need to meet obligation. So let's see what do you mean by the awareness. The organization shall ensure that the person doing work under the organization control are aware of. So person doing work under the organization controls are aware mean. So if I'm visiting to your organization as a visitor, or maybe a trainer, or maybe a consultant, I'm under your organization. Maybe somebody is coming to your organization to do a contract work. So he is under control of your organization, right? So everybody should know about environmental policy. The significant environment aspect related to the actual law, potential impact associated with their own work. You'll be learning at the final session. Their contribution to the effectiveness of the environment management system, including benefit or enhance environment performance. Say, for example, if I'm visiting the organization as a consultant, right, I'll be basically helping the organization to enhance the environmental performance, right? So if I'm working as a contractor, doing some debris and replacing the building, so there can be waste management part I need to take care of. So I need to know about the impact of those activity, and then the implications of not conforming to the environment management system requirement, including not meeting the organization compliance obligations. So that part we need to cover. So under awareness, we need to cover all this. And then communication, organization shall establish, implement, maintain process need for internal and external communication. This is most important part. You need to have a proper communication, internally and externally with the environment management system. So in this communication, what will be communicate, when to communicate, with whom to communicate, how to communicate. So these are very important. What, when, whom, how to communicate. When establishing this communication process, the organization shall take into account into compliance obligation. So when you communicate, you need to make sure the environmental part, the compliance part, legal part. So there are different legal authorities you need to communicate. And then ensure that the information communicated is consist with the information gathered within the environment management system and reliable, right? organization shall respond to the relevant communication on its environment management system. Appropriate documented information shall be available as evidence of the organization communication. So you need to have a proper, appropriate documentation. Say, for example, in your environment protection license, CE, just mention every third quarter, every third month, you need to communicate your water pH level and all the test report. Right. So you need to have a relevant correspondent document. Right. You need to show that, okay, these are the test report we are getting from the accredited laboratory, and this is how we communicate it. That part has to be there. Right. So this communication has to be there. And then the internal communication, that is about the external communication. Internally communicated information relevant to the environment management system among the various level and function of the organization, including changes to the environment management system appropriate, like your energy consumption, your waste, maybe your changes, if you bring a new equipment, or maybe if there's a customer requirement about the environment management system, all this has to be communicated. Ensure that this communication process enable person doing the work under the organization control to contribute continuous improvement. So this communication. So if somebody said, okay, my base level is going up, or maybe pH is going up, so he should be take those information back. And then external communication shall externally communicate information related to the environment management system to establish by the organization communication and as required by the compliance obligation. So these, like, CE communication, or maybe relevant authority, Pradeshi Sabha, or maybe different people, like, when if you are a like part of the multinational, you have to communicate with their compliance department. So those things you need to communicate, right? And then these are documented information. There are some changes. Guidance section of the standard discussion documentation of externally originated. So standard very much focus on externally originated documents right now. Right now, you can see this is like kind of a requirement. You can see the example below this presentation. Creating and updating document information. You can see when creating and updating document information, organization ensure appropriate identification and description, title, date, author, reference number, format, language, software, whatever, review and approved status. You can see prepared and reviewed by. So same person, head of operation. Document number, so you have a HAL, Q means Halcyon / quality management system, PIP / note one, and then revision. So this particular document, there's no revision name. And then approval. So you can have a preparation review by the same person, but you need to have a separate person to approve it. So there's the director, date issue 2024, and page number only one of one. So you need to have, like, all ISO related documents, you need to have this document control mechanism, right? And then like 6.1, when you have a action to risk and opportunity, which we discussed previously, you need to consider this part as well. So reward expertise in what risk and opportunities need to be determined. Exact risk opportunity must be identified. So you need to, like, you can't just go for open risk. So you need to identify the exact risk, right? Like exact opportunities. Say, for example, if you say, okay, high pH, if you discharge water into high pH, what would happen? If your waste level goes up, mixed waste is high, what will be, like, you can't just mention arbitrary. So you have to mention the exact requirement, right? So and then this is the term. So these are the previous one is the changes. Shall establish, implement, and maintain process need to meet the requirement. The processes shall be available as documented information on the exact necessary requirement, right? And then this is I need to complete up to that point action plan, right? So let us go through the to implement proper waste segregation system by identifying, labeling, and segregation of all waste means according to the type of waste generated within all relevant areas of the company within 2026. So Sashini, like you basically mentioned, this is the objective, right? Objective action plan. I believe this is your action plan, right? Oh, this objective. Sashini, is the objective?
As objective.
As objective, right? Okay. Actually, like, what you can do is like, just go by the SMART concept. So, like, basically, like, say implement proper waste segregation system, identify. So, what do you mean by proper? So, it's not that specific, right? So, waste can be different, right? It can be solid waste, it can be liquid waste. So, you have to mention uh, waste management system, labeling and segregating all waste bins according to the type of waste generated within all relevant area of the company within 2026. So here, like, specific mean like, you can say, okay, uh, develop waste management system, solid waste management system, segregating into like, the paper, food, plastic kind of a thing, uh, within like, so don't take entire year. You say, okay, within 1 month, right? So that can be one of your objective. Certainly you got my point, right? Otherwise you take to develop the waste management whole year you are taking it, right? So this should be like cut it down to different phases. So you can say, okay, implement proper waste management system for the solid waste by 2020 uh, by July. Certainly you got my point, right?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Remain. So yeah, just check this one. Implement proper solid waste management system by June 2026. Introducing separate waste collection bins. So it has to be specific. So now this one is specific, right? Measurable. You can measure like, how many waste bins you introduce. Specific, like realistic, time bound. All informations are there, right? So you can include this part like, like this, right? So if you have problem, you can communicate with that, right? Now, I think like basically I need to cover up to this point, right? From now onwards, Mr. Randra will take over. He will go through the compliance part until your lunchtime. Mr. Randra, are you there? Like, can I hand over? And if you have any question up to section I have completed, uh, up to this section, like, uh, you can like, you can ask question from me. Even Ronald might help you. Okay, Ronald, like hand it over. Bashini, back to you. Let me like, mute my mic and camera.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Asita, for your valuable contribution. And now I cordially invite Mr. Ranura to continue this session.
Right. Thank you, Bashini. Thank you. I hope my voice is clear, right?
Yes, Mr. Ranura.
Right. Thank you, Bashini. So let's start. Let me share my screen and the presentation as well. Bashini, I hope you guys can see my screen, right?
Yes, please.
Right. Thank you, Bashini. So, good afternoon, team. So let me start with the as Mr. Asita informed. So the one of the key and most important part for the ISO implementation is this compliance obligation. So this is when you go with the standard. So this is the clause number 6.3, and it is directly contact with the clause number 9 subclause as well. So let's discuss what is compliance obligation. So basically, the compliance obligation is related with the legal requirements that we have to when we go for the ISO standard. There are some legal requirements related to the environment. So we have to comply those legal requirements before going for the audit as well, right? So maybe you will get some kind of confusion why they use compliance obligation without using directly legal requirement. So the compliance obligation is always consist with two parts. One is direct legal requirements, and the other requirements, so the other requirements that you receive from your maybe from your customers, maybe if your organization connected with some societies or some chambers, they will also assign some legal requirements or the other requirements for you. And maybe if you have some foreign customers, or if you are going to export your product for the European Union, USA or Japan, then they will state, or they will set up some requirement for you. So when we consider this compliance obligation, we have to comply all those requirements as well. Not only the legal requirement state by Sri Lankan government, we have to consider those other requirement as well. Guys, I think you can hear me, right? So if you have any confusion with my voice or my comments, so please give some comment or in the chat box, or then I can easily understand your points. So this is so in here we have quoted the exact standard points, the legal requirements or the compliance obligation. Organization shall determine and have access to the compliance obligation related to the environmental aspects. So it means, as an organization, maybe you are working in the rubber industry, maybe you are working in a tea industry, or sometimes even you are a organized university student, you can understand this one. So you should have direct access for the environmental compliance obligation. It means if you are running an organization, so you have to identify what are the legal requirements assigned by the government related to your industry and related to the environmental aspect. So in here, you all know, as sometimes anyway we have to get the business registration. Sometimes we have to pay the taxes, and sometimes we have to pay some EPF, ETF, like those things. Those are the legal requirement in Sri Lanka. But in here, when you come for the 14,000 standard, you have to think and you have to consider about the environmental legal requirements as well, right? So first, with the clause number and subclause B, we have to identify legal requirements. Sorry, you have to identify legal requirements, and then you should have a direct access for them. So most important part is you have to identify what are the legal requirements that is related to your organization in terms of the environmental aspects, right? Then you have to consider how you are going to comply, or how you are going to apply those legal requirements for your organization. So when it comes to the legal requirements or the compliance obligation, again, the legal requirement, it will divide for two parts. One is statutory, and the second is regulatory. So the statutory means the direct legal requirements or acts passes by the Sri Lankan Parliament. And the regulatory mean, you will understand, some gazettes will issued by some several departments. Some circulations will issued by some institutes related to the government. So we consider those things, those gazettes, regulation and limitations, we consider those things as a regulatory requirements, and the direct acts passes through the government or the parliament, we consider those things as a statutory requirements. So those two parts we have to consider. So when you consider these legal requirements, uh, when we compare this with the standard, so compliance obligation, compliance with this legal requirement is mandatory. You can't eliminate anything if a particular legal requirement is related to your business by in the terms of environmental aspect. So you have to comply those things. You can't omit any of legal requirement. And you if they say to get some certificates, if they say to get some test reports, then definitely you have to comply with those things. Otherwise it will be a main issue, or the we call this a major NCR when you go for the ISO audits, right? So identifying these legal requirement and complying with this legal requirement is most mandatory part. Right, guys, maybe you can use the chat and give some hint how you are going to identify your legal requirement. We all know it is not quite easy to identify what are the legal requirements that we have to obey in Sri Lanka, right? So there are no such a unique institute to identify or get or collect particular legal requirement in Sri Lanka. It is if you are going to get a consultation from the lawyer, then it is okay. But otherwise, as a normal parties, as a normal as a normal citizen, it is quite difficult to identify legal requirement in Sri Lanka. I mean, it is difficult to identify acts, what are the legal requirements and what are the amendments, those things. It is quite difficult in Sri Lanka. So use this chat, and if you are familiar with these things, I hope you can put some comments in this chat how you are going to identify these legal requirements. Do you have any access? Maybe you can use some websites, maybe you can directly visit for some organizations. So just give me some hint how you are going to identify these legal requirements, or how to find out what are the legal requirements in Sri Lanka related to the environmental. Maybe you can use the chat. Okay, Toran, you are asking to put it to the PowerPoint mode, right? I'm in PowerPoint mode. Toran, is this okay? Now can you see my screen? Bashini, are there any issues with my share?
No, sir. Now it's clear.
Right. Okay. Okay. Guys, maybe you can use the WhatsApp chat as well. Maybe you can put some comments in the chat, your WhatsApp, or maybe you can use this chat. Maybe you can give some hint how you are going to identify your legal requirement related to your organization in the terms of environmental. So basically, we have to identify, and we should know what are the legal requirements that we have to comply when we are running business in terms of environmental. So, do you have any idea how to identify these issues, identify these legal requirements? Maybe you can put some comments, or maybe you can use WhatsApp chat as well. Hello, guys. Right. Through websites. Yeah. Tron, yeah, websites. Yeah, of course, through the website, maybe we can identify some points, some legal requirement. Can you say exact websites, maybe names of those exact websites or others as well? Right. That's right. CEA. Yeah, that's right, Tron. So when it's come to the environmental part in Sri Lanka, we have as a citizens or as a business related persons, we have that opportunity, right? Even we can't identify other legal requirement, but when it's come to the environmental part, uh, there is a website. Then they maintain that website with all legal requirements. So, right, so it is very easy for us when it comes to the standard implementation, and when if you need to identify what are the new requirements and what are the amendments that receives or what are the new gazettes issued by government, they all publish in this website. So we call it Central Environmental Authority website, right? In government, they have Environmental Act. They passed that act very long back ago, and through that act, they have raised the institute. We call that Central Environmental Authority. So with that opportunity in Sri Lanka, Central Environmental Authority maintaining the website, and they are publishing all legal requirements. I mean, acts, it means statutory ones and the regulatory requirement as well, like gazettes, circulations, and everything. So if we had a chance to visit that website, we can identify what are the legal requirements in Sri Lanka, which we have to comply when we are running a business. That's right. Shashikala Disanak. Yeah, that one also the MIPA. That's also right. That's also good answer. We can come to that one later as well. So, guys, anyone, have you visit for that website and have you refer those legal requirement? Do you have any idea? So then it is easy to continue this one. If you guys have any idea, have you visit those websites? Have you download those legal requirements? Have you refer? Or just an idea? Do you have just an idea regarding the legal requirement? Right, Akindo, check on environmental acts based on pollution control. So yeah. So Akindo, from where you so check the environmental acts, that's right. So from where are you going to get that acts? You have to refer those things the in the terms of pollution controls, you have to refer those acts. How you are going to find those things? Maybe are you going to visit those institute and are you going to buy those acts, or maybe you can refer the websites? Right, guys. So this is the screenshot of the Central Environmental Authority website, right? So in here, when we visit for that, let's visit with you guys. Okay, maybe we can visit this X. So we have put the link as well. Maybe we can go this link. I will share my screen with this as well. Right, guys, I just remove the screen our presentation, and I just share my screen. I hope you guys can see my screen as well. So now I'm in the website, right? My so this is the search, and we can go for the Central Environmental Authority website from here. So this is very easy, right? So even in Sri Lanka, it is quite. Bashini, I think my you guys can see my screen, right? Yes, I hope you guys can see my screen. So now we are in the Central Environmental Authority website. So now practically I'm showing you the place that our details where our details in here. So when we go for this website, we can use local language and the English as well. So when you go inside of this website, there's a act and regulations. You can go there. So there is a tab in here. So all legal requirements, acts and regulations, and industrial related gazettes are all in here, right? So fortunately, we have a one place to identify required legal requirement related to our organization or our business, right? So in here, there are so many acts, right? There are so many regulations and there are so many gazettes, but we should have that knowledge to identify what are the legal requirements directly related to our business. So we have to comply those things. If it is not related to our organization, it is pointless to go behind those things. But we have to identify what are the legal requirement in here. And when we go for the presentations, and I mentioned earlier, determine and have access to the compliance obligation related to the environmental aspects. So we just show the access, right? So what is the way to access those things? We have a website. Simply, we have a website. Through the website, we have access for those legal requirements. And then the next part in this, the point B is determine how these compliance obligations are applied to the organization, right? For determine the application, determine what is the application. So first we have to identify what are the related legal requirement to our business, right? So that is why we have to visit this site, visit this website, and then we have to identify what are the related legal requirements to our business. So in here, let's check generally. So main acts, these are the main. So you can see they have mentioned the acts. So from here you can there are three. You can see there are three main acts passed by Sri Lankan Parliament. So this is the Environmental Act passed in 1980, and two amendments are there. Two major amendments are there, also passed through the Sri Lankan Parliament. One is passed in 1988 and the other one is passed in 2000. So these are the statutory requirement. In earlier I mentioned there are two parts. One is statutory and the other one is regulatory. So the statutory means directly passes through the government and the parliament. So we have main three acts passes through the parliament, and then with the power of these acts, there are so many regulations imposed by Central Environmental Authority, right? So in here, when you are referring this website, you can see they give a link for every gazette they have published here, and you can identify as here as well. So when just get an example, let's go for the this environmental protection license activities, right? So if you click that one, then you can select this one. This is one major regulation appointed by the CEA. So in here, they have mentioned what are the prescribed activities which a license is required. In earlier, when you are doing some case studies, you mentioned the CEA and the EPL, right? Environmental Protection License. So first we have to go for this act, this gazette, and then identify what are the industries that we have to get the protection license. In here, license means environmental protection license. So from here, so you have to identify whether your organization should get that EPL or not, right? So that is why you have to go through with this legal requirement, because from only if you read this, only if you refer this, then only you can determine and apply required environmental uh, regulation, so environmental legal part for your organization. So first you have to go through with these acts and gazettes, then we have to identify only then whether it is required or not. So in here, from top to bottom, one chemical manufacturing, soap, detergent, bulk petroleum liquid, synthetic rubber. So likewise, there are so many industries that they have mentioned whether you should get the legal requirement EPL, environmental protection license, or not, right? So this is the this is the beginning part to identify your legal requirement. First and most, you have to identify whether you need a EPL for your organization or not, right? So that is how we refer, and that is why we need to refer this legal requirement to identify whether it is comply with your business, right, and your organization as well, right? And if you go, then you can see there are some environmental protection quality regulations are there, and you consider, and I think one of you guys mentioned the environmental pollution part, right? So environmental protection and environmental quality regulation, they mention those pollution levels and everything. Even if you go for the uh, pollution part, air quality control, you can see there are some regulation. You know, you have to get some uh, when you are using a vehicle, then you have to get the emission test, right? For getting for the revenue license, first you have to go for the emission test place and you have to get the emission report. So for that one also they have a legal requirement. So for the air emission fuel vehicle, you have to go the you have a gazette and you have to refer that one. And for the ozone depletion, we have a legal requirement in Sri Lanka. Then vehicle exhaust emissions. So for that one, we have a separate legal requirement in here. And permissible ambient air quality standard, air emission and fuel vehicle, and stationary source emission. So in here also, if you have a generator, if maybe you will have a boiler, maybe a biomass, diesel or furnace oil boiler, and if you have a generator, then you have to get some test reports. So those legal points, legal requirements are imposed through these gazettes, right? So as a person who knows about the 14,000, or maybe the implementer, if you are planning to implement 14,000 in your organization, then as a person who going to get that responsibility, you have to refer this legal requirement uh, before going for the implementation, because sometimes you have to get some certificates, sometimes you have to get test reports, and if you get any deviation, if you go, let's go for the stationary emission part. So this is the stationary emission part. As I mentioned earlier, if you have a generator, boiler, then you have to get some test reports, right? So in here I will go some deeper. So this is for the uh, this is power plants. So in here, boilers. If you have a boiler in your organization or in your factory, then you have to get some test reports. The pollutant level, PM, particulate matter, sulfur dioxide, nitrogen dioxide, smoke opacity, they have limitations. As a government, as a regulation body, CEA has imposed some limitation for each and every boilers, right? So as a 14,000 implementer, as an organization, you have to identify this legal requirement, and then you have to get the test reports. And it will get some time to get these test reports. You have to identify the accredited party or the accredited laboratory, and then you have to invite them, and they will come and they will collect some samples. So it will take some time. And not only getting the certificate test report, and after you getting the test report, then you have to check whether this uh, test report is comply with the legal requirement, right? So you will get the result from the test report, and then you have to comply those things, whether that test report, that the legal requirement is comply with our organization result, our test report results. And if not, then you should have to get some corrective actions. You have to go some alternative actions. Maybe you have to service your boiler. Maybe you have to fine tune some operation through the boiler. If, or otherwise, if the boiler is very old one, then maybe you have to take some decisions to repair, or maybe for the replace that boiler as well. So for that one, you have to identify this legal requirement, right? So in here, the boilers and the, as I mentioned earlier, in here some generators as well. If you have a generator, then you have to get the test report for that as well. So I have gone through with the samples, right? So we just talked about the stationary emissions, and for the vehicle as well. So, and when we go for the when I will get some another example as well. If you are when we consider about the legal requirement related to the environmental manner, it is most required part is the noise monitoring, right? So you have to through this CEA requirement, they have imposed some limitations for the boundary noise. You have to monitor boundary noise, and the boundary noise levels will change according to the place that your factory is located. If you are in an industrial zone, then you will get some higher limitations. But if you are in a normal area, the people who living residential area, then there will be more limitation for the boundary noise as well. For that one as well, in here they have imposed some regulations, some limitations. You have to follow those limitations in here as well. And for the waste management, again, as an organization, if you are considering organization, definitely, if you are running a factory, if you definitely there will some waste generation will be happen. So to discharge, to recycle, or usage, there are some regulation for the waste as well. Once the waste generate, when you are going for the dispose, there are some regulations. Maybe you can dispose some waste through the municipal council or the Pradesh Sabha, but sometimes you have to dispose those waste through the approved uh, waste collector, right? In here, as sometimes in there is a list in this site as well. If you refer this site, you can identify some registered waste collectors are mentioned in this website as well. You can find those waste collectors in here as well. So waste collectors, recyclers in Sri Lanka. So this is just telling you, you can identify non-hazardous and hazardous waste collectors, registered waste collectors from here also. So when you are go with this legal requirement, you will find out, you will identify, you have to dispose this waste. Maybe you can dispose, you can recycle through the registered waste disposal, right? That one also you have to follow. Right. So guys, this is just a surface idea. My point is, when you go for the standard, let's go for the standard requirement. When you go for the standard requirement, first one is you have to identify what are the legal requirements, and then you have to separately separately consider what are the related legal requirements for your organization. First one is first one is you should have a proper access for these legal requirement, as I mentioned and as I showed. Maybe you can use this website, and then there should be you should determine, and you have to identify what are the related legal requirement for your organization. So guys, I think maybe we can go for some some case study. Guys, you can use this WhatsApp chat, or you can use uh, uh, our this Teams chat. Can you identify what are the legal requirement related to your industry. So I think Taran is in tea industry. Maybe he can identify what are the related legal requirements. What are the related legal points or the legal requirement related to the tea industry? And for the I think there are so many university students. Maybe you guys can align the case studies that you have done previously. So it means you identify some context, you prepare policies, so you can use that streamline and you can identify what are the related acts or what are the related legal requirement for your industry or for your organization. So just you can go through this one. So simply you can check with the you can search through the website and you can go for the Central Environmental Authority site and then just put just mention this legal requirement is belongs to us. This legal requirement is related to my industry. You can use the WhatsApp. Maybe we can get 10 minutes, right, guys? You are here, right? Yeah. Okay. So maybe you can use this meeting chat or the website and then just mention what are the related legal requirement, what are the related compliance obligation for your industry. So this will change and this will industry specific. So just put to the chat and you can mention in here. You can identify going for this site and tell me what are the legal requirements related to your organization. So let's get 10 let's get 10 minutes put here. So this is the case study that we have to do here. Okay, so here Toran, Akidu, Sanduni, Shashikala, yes, Sashini, yes, you guys can mention in here what are the legal requirements related to your organization or your industry. Maybe as a university students you will have some idea. So I'm going to this industry, I'm like to work in this industry. So you can consider that you are working there and you can identify those legal requirement in here as well. Even you are in factory, even you are in the service sector. For the service sector also there are some certain legal requirements that we have to comply. Right, guys, let's start. Until now 12:32, we will see what kind of legal requirement that you can identify. We will get some 8 minutes, yeah, for the 12:40. Let's check. And even you have any questions related to this legal requirement, or if you are facing some difficulties to identify, just use this chat and put me a message. Then we can discuss that one as well. Guys, I think that you are referring the website, right? Then you can identify the legal requirement related to this one. And Toran, you are telling that already you have a downloaded list. So then it is easy for you to identify these legal requirement, I believe. Okay, guys, shall we start? So I got only 2 replies, right? So I'm referring the chat, WhatsApp chat also, no comments there, but I got only 2 comments from Torrance and Sashini. Both are right. Yeah, we got those points, and you have identified so many requirements, right? So that is right, uh, and Sachin also identify one gazette. So the parameters, yeah, that's right. So these are the main points. So if you want to, I just wanted to highlight, this is the main source, the stand, this website is the main source. If you need to identify legal requirement, and if you need to determine what are the legal requirement related to your organization, so this is the main source, and this is the very good source for us to identify these legal requirement. And even if you need to use the local languages, from those local languages also, we can refer these legal requirement. They have mentioned those things from local languages as well. So then it is very easy to identify for us to refer and review these legal requirements. And then let me go for my presentation again. I will share my presentation. Okay, right now I'm sharing my presentation. So first, we identify what are the legal requirements. So first, we ensure our access to legal requirements, and then we determine, it means we identify and what are the required legal requirement or the related legal requirement for our organization, right? Then you can see in here in the last point in my presentation, you can see the compliance obligation shall be available as documented information, right? So it means when you are going to implement 14,000 in your organization, and if you have already implemented 14,000 in your organization, you have to document this legal requirement within your organization, right? So it means there should be a document, the what in that document you have to mention these are the legal requirement in Sri Lanka, and these are the related point for our organization. So as an example, if you get one gazette, in that gazette they will mention so many legal requirements, right? So first you have to identify, you have to document, you have to, in that document you have to mention, okay, this is the act or this is the gazette and the gazette number related to my organization, and then you have to specifically identify and mention from this gazette these legal requirements, these clauses or these points are related to my organization. So that is why this standard says the legal requirements, the the compliance obligation shall be available as documented information. So it means when you go for the standard, when you go for the implementation and when you go for the audit, the auditors will check that document. So you have to document, you have to write down what are the legal requirements and what are the acts, what are the gazettes, and from that gazette, what are the points, what are the clauses that related to your organization. So this is very important key part, and this is the major requirement. You have to identify, you have to determine, and then you have to document your legal requirement. Then I will go for the next main requirement. Once you identify, right, in this now you can see that this slide. So first we determine what is the compliance requirement, and then now we have to evaluate these compliances. As I mentioned earlier, once you identify this legal requirement it is you have to get those certificates or test reports. As example, if you have a generator, then you have to get the generator test report. The authorities will visit, so the accreditation lab will visit and they will check your generator, and they will get some samples, and then they will issue a certificate for you, right? So in this year, clause number 9.2, evaluation of compliance means you have to once you get these certificates, then you have to evaluate these results, right? So it means once you get the certificate first, or when you get that test report first, you have to check whether that tested parameters or tested results are comply with the legal requirement, right? So it means first you have to get that gazette, and then you have to get that test report, and then you have to compare whether these my organization results, my generator results are comply with the legal parameter or the government limitations. So in here, point B, you can see evaluate compliance and take actions if needed, right? So if you identify any deviation between the legal requirement and your test results, if you identify any deviation between test reports and the legal requirement, then you have to get necessary actions. So during the ISO audits, the auditors will check these test reports, and they will identify the deviation, and then they can ask the actions that you have taken to mitigate or eliminate that deviation, right? So it means maybe you have to service your generator or the boiler, maybe you have to repair that one, and maybe you have to, if it is an old one, then you have to replace that one as well. So that is why in the standard, in this clause number, that they clearly mention you evaluate the compliance and get the corrective action if required, if needed. So definitely you have to show the actions that you have taken to eliminate that deviation, right? That is mandatory and that is required. And then not only the comparing the legal requirement, but also you have to uh, compare with the previous test report as well. So this is more new part for this standard, and the auditors will check that one. As example, maybe the government will say you have to get test report quarterly, right? So 3 months wise, you have to get the test report. So then what you have to do is you have to check your latest results with your previous test report results, right? Then you have to identify the trend, whether even you are comply with the legal requirement, you have to check whether uh, you have to check the trend, whether you are going to deviate that requirement or the limitation in future, right? So you have to compare first you have to compare with the legal requirement, and then you have to compare with the previous test results as well. So that is what they call evaluation. Then you can check, even you are within the limit, then you can check the trend. You can identify the trend, whether you are going to deviate this limitation in future. So then again, you have to get some corrective actions to mitigate or uh, to stay within that limit. So that is the requirement. So that is why they are going to check, they are going to tell first in this point A, you can check, determine the frequency of the compliance to be evaluated. So it means when you are referring your gazettes, and if you are get the environmental protection license, then you can identify the frequency. Maybe some test reports that you have to get, maybe some license that you have to get quarterly, or sometimes biannually, or maybe annually. So that one also you have to identify, and then once you get the test report, then you have to comply and you have to evaluate with the legal requirement and with the previous test results as well, right? So So in here also under clause number 9, subclause number 9.2, in latter part, it is mentioned appropriate documented information shall be available as the evidence of compliance evaluation results, right? So practically, you can check the legal requirement. You can compare those things and you can compare your results with the previous results. Practically, you can do that. But in the audit, you have to document that one as well. You have to show what are the new results and what are the previous results and what are the legal requirements and your compliance statement. Your final conclusion has to be maintained as a documented information. You have to show through the document. Practically, you can monitor those things, but you have to put it to the document. There should be a document, and you have to maintain that document for the audit as well. The auditors will check whether you have evaluated these results or not. And again, if there are any deviations and if you identify any deviation trend, then there should be actions as well. So those actions also should be documented. So if you are unable, if you have failed to present these documents in earlier, we mentioned you have to identify legal requirement and you have to document those things, and you have to get those test reports, you have to comply those legal requirements, and then you have to document the results of the evaluation as well. So those key documents will be audited during the audit. You have to present those documents, otherwise there will be a major issue for your certificate, I mean 14,000 certificate. So this legal requirement, you have to mention these things. And let me go with Toran and Torrance mentioned that soil conservation net, water resource board, the pesticide acts, and MIPA. Shashikala mentioned the MIPA as well, right? So those guys, you are right. So this is the CEA. We discussed about the Central Environmental Authority, but the Central CEA or the Central Environmental Authority is not only the organization or the institute in Sri Lanka that they provide legal compliance, right? It will depend on your on your organization or your business as well. As example, if you are running a hotel near to the sea, so then you have to consider, okay, CEA will provide more and major regulations for you, but you have to go with you have to go with the MIPA. MIPA means Marine Environmental Protection Authority. So in Sri Lanka, sea boundaries, sea will monitor through this Marine Environmental Protection Authority. We call it MIPA. So that is not most of and more than 90% legal requirement we can observe and we can identify through the Central Environmental Authority website. We can download those things, but again, you have to. I will show those things as well. Right. So as an example that I mentioned previously, if you are as example if you are running a hotel during in the sea area near in the offshore, so then you have to consider, are there any more legal requirements? So then you will come up with the MIPA, Marine Environmental Protection Authority. So there are also some MIPA acts are there. You can see there are some acts and they have regulations as well. So you have to go through with these regulations and then you have to identify whether there are any related legal requirements comes through this MIPA for your organization. And again, this is the water resources board website I am showing. You can see if you are acquiring So you can see now I'm in the Water Resource Board website, right? So in website also, if you can identify some legal requirement related to your organization in the terms of environmental manner, right? So as example, if you have a tube well, if you are acquiring groundwater for your business, then you have to get some approvals, you have to get some permissions from Water Resource Board as well. So my point is, you can't stick with the CEA website. You can't stick with the Central Environmental Authority. According to your business, there are some certain of legal requirement will be imposed through another departments or other institute as well. So it will depend your organization. So as an example, if you are running a business near to the forest, then you have to check with your forest department or the Ministry of Forest. You have to check with them as well whether they will provide some legal requirement. If you are running some uh, hotel or some business very near to the forest, or if you are maintaining a tourism company, if you are dealing with the tourist, if you are going for the forest, then there are some certain legal requirement that you have to consider that one as well. So, and if you are doing some if you are using some pesticides or weedicides for your business, if you are doing some farming or something, and the tea industry as well, you are using some pesticide, then you have to check, because you have to get some license uh, from the Ministry of Agriculture, right? And so there are some license. If you are using some uh, pesticides, then you have to use that Control of Pesticide Act. Maybe you have to use the Forest Ordinance. So likewise, you have to consider direct legal requirements, and more than 90% legal requirement you can check and you can identify through the Central Environmental Authority. But according to your according to your business and the nature of your business, there might be some legal requirement that you can't identify through the Central Environmental Authority. So guys, that is very tricky part, because the auditors, when the auditors visits your organization, they know everything. They do the background check, and they will check what are the legal requirements related to your business. So your responsibility is not considering CEA. You can't stick with the CEA. You have to check whether there are any other legal requirement are available through other organization or other department or other ministries as well. So guys, so these are the main legal part, the main points and main uh, compliance obligation parts that you have to follow when you are going for the uh, ISO 14000 requirements. So let me summarize this thing. First, you have to you should have a proper access. You should have a proper access for a legal requirement, right? Then you have to identify your legal requirement related to your business, and then you have to document those things, right? You have to document what are the related legal requirement for your business in the terms of environmental aspects. And then you have to evaluate, you have to check, you have to get your test report, you have to check your test results, you have to compare those results with the legal requirement and with your previous results. And again, you have to document that your evaluation as well, right? Those are the main key parts that you have to identify and you have to complete when you are going for the ISO 14000 implementation. And again, there is a one thing that you can see, there is a note, right? So we have quoted this thing directly from the standard. So you can see there is a note: compliance obligation can result in the risk and opportunities to the organization. So after this session, Mr. Hashan will join with you, and he will start for the to discuss about the risk and opportunities. So he will mention that one. So you have to uh, once you identify this legal requirement, once you get test reports or the comply with the legal requirement, and after evaluation, then you have to check what are the risks and what are the opportunities that comes to your organization through this legal requirement. what will happen if you are failed to comply those things. So what are the opportunities that you have once you comply these legal requirements? So you have to identify that one as well, and laterly Mr. Hashan will discuss that one. So guys, this is the key part that I just wanted to inform you and just wanted to clarify you through this training session. And if you have any issues, you can raise and you can ask from me related to the legal requirement. Guys, you can use this chat or you can use that WhatsApp group. You can ask if you have any concerns or issues. Maybe you can open your switch on your mic, unmute your mic, and you can ask if you have any confusion related to the compliance obligation as well. Okay, guys, I hope you're good, right? If you have any concern, you can raise your hand and you can ask those questions, or you can use this chat and the WhatsApp chat to put those questions. If you need any clarification, if you have any confusions, then use this chat and you can ask those questions from me. And if you all are good, if you are okay, then maybe we can go for the next session in our agenda. Bashini, you are there. You are here, right?
Yeah, yeah. Thank you, Mr. Anura, for valuable contribution. And guys, we'll take 30 minutes break for your lunch, and we'll meet again at 1:30 for the next part of this session.
Right, Bashini, thank you very much. So, guys, please enjoy your lunch, take your lunch break, and come back 1:30. From 1:30, Mr. Hashan will start to discuss the latter part of our standard, and he will continue this training from there. Anyway, Mr. Asit and myself is in here. If you have any questions related to our sessions, you can put those issues in WhatsApp chat or this chat as well, or otherwise you can directly ask those questions. Right, so thank you, team. Get your break and get your lunch break and enjoy your lunch. Thank you. We will come back at sharp 1:30, right?
1:30. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, team.